Good morning, everybody. I hope everybody's having a good day. Trying to get started on time today, but we'll see what happens as we go along here. We got two extra fans running right now. We'll see if we can keep this computer cool enough in order to do this, or if either of the two will survive this. I don't know. Just really overdoing it. And I see that there's a cobweb up there again on my... Oh, boy. Yeah. It's that time of the season. I think I got it. All right, go on. Get up, move it. Come on, move. Let's paw. All right. Okay, now we're back, I think. Are we back? Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Hope everybody's doing good. Hello, and welcome all of you just joining. We should start seeing more people popping in here any time now. I'm going to give it a minute to get going before I jump into this stuff, because everybody jumps in. I said, dang it, I didn't get notification. Well, I thought I got it out early enough this time. I hope I did anyways. We'll see, though. I guess, won't we? Yeah. Yesterday was a long day, 10.5 hours. I was tired. I was actually kind of cranky by the time I got done. Yeah, I hear you back there. You already been fed, and your poop's already been cleaned up and everything. So just be puppies and play, and that's all you got to do. Rough life puppies have. eat, poop, sleep, play. I mean, it's like, um, yeah, makes you want to be a dog, doesn't it? Makes you want to be a dog. Oh, let's see. Okay, let's go ahead and get this started. What's this? You're lit up well today. Good to see you. It's this. Well, the sun is not out. However, get this ominous cloud out there. That's just. It's actually kind of irritating. It's. It actually kind of set me off in a bad mood this morning when I walked out to make coffee because all my coffee stuff is outside. Along with my microwave, along with my pizza oven, along with my grill. All my cooking's got to be done outside. And let me tell you, during the wintertime, it is not fun cooking. So half the time I would go without eating because of the fact that I just didn't want to be out in the cold. It's just a pain in the wazoo. But my coffee pot is only enough to make enough coffee to fill up this cup. And then if I want a second one, I got to go and make a second pot. Someday, I will not worry about this. I'm not going to say the word. I'm not going to say the word, the S word. I'm not going to say it. The S-O-N. Spells moon. I got to tell you guys. So I had a hard time sleeping last night. So, and the part of it was I just kind of had this thing about evil walking around in our country. So what did I do? I turned on Stephen King's movie called The Stand. And I started going through it. And as I'm going through it, I'm beginning to recognize attitudes, things like that we're experiencing today. So it's kind of like this is our stand. Is where we're at the point of, when it all boiled down to it. There was a sacrifice of some, but the sacrifice of many. That built to it, that brought it up, that gave the evil enough power to be able to do what they were going to do, But I have this belief that we can overcome anything. We just have to believe that we can overcome anything, and we have to also look and make sure that our alignments are correct, that we're trusting in the right source in order to get us to the point of achievement. And I think that we will get there one step at a time. All right, let's go ahead and jump into this X feed. Got a few things to show you guys today. All right, we're going to start off with this, turning off the camera and getting the Minicam turned off. There we go. Okay, let's make a big screen here. And therefore I am. New Planet Fitness member arrested after going to ladies' locker room claiming he identified as a woman in North Carolina. Christopher Miller, 38, was arrested after going into Planet Fitness women's locker room on a charge of indecent exposure. Oh, boy.
At one point, this suspect even exposed themselves to a minor. It raised questions over why the person was in that locker room to begin with. Channel 9's Ken Lemon has been pressing for answers for days, and he joins us now live outside that gym. Ken?
Yeah, and this is the Planet Fitness on South New Hope Road here in Gastonia. Planet Fitness allows members to use the locker room and the restroom that they identify with as part of their no judgments motto. But after hearing the allegations and the call for help, some of the members believe this is a person who misused that policy, and that worries them.
Women at the Planet Fitness on South New Hope Road were stunned last Thursday to see Christopher Miller in the ladies' locker room.
Where is your emergency?
One woman called 911.
And what's he wearing?
Nothing. Literally nothing.
Okay, so he is completely naked.
He's completely naked.
Sources tell Channel 9 Miller asked a woman to rub lotion and shower together.
And is that man still there?
Yeah, he's still in the bathroom. It's a man, but he says he identifies as a woman and he won't leave the restroom. But he's just walking around showing us his penis and he won't leave.
Sources say Miller was harassing women in the gym before the arrest.
That's not right.
Betty Bryce is upset that Miller reportedly claimed to identify as a woman as a reason to stay in the ladies' locker room.
I think a woman should be able to go in a woman's bathroom without a man coming there saying that he's transgender.
You need to be mindful.
Clark Simon is a former president of Charlotte Pride and says the Planet Fitness inclusivity policy was made so that transgender people feel welcome too.
And when you do that, you create a sense of safety, security, and affirmation for them to be able to do the things that everybody else is able to do in a secure, safe, and affirming setting.
He said that is no excuse for someone who is not transgender to violate that space. He said Planet Fitness had to control that.
And Miller is in jail, charged with indecent exposure to a minor, and without talking with him, there's no way for us to know whether or not Miller is indeed transgender, Erica.
Okay, and Ken, I know that gyms have policies. What is the Planet Fitness policy around something like this?
Yeah, and this one is interesting. So members are allowed to use the locker rooms or the restroom based on the gender that they self-report when they come into the gym. Here, there's no indication that Miller self-reported before that incident. A spokesperson for Planet Fitness told us their employees took immediate action to ensure the safety of members, and they are working with law enforcement. She said they have a zero tolerance for harassment of any kind.
Yeah, but they're going to continue to allow this. And this is a dude who claims to be a woman. Okay. Yeah. Just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. All right. Carly Boone put this up last night. Are you better off than you were 4 years ago?
Are you better off now than you were in January of 2021?
No, I'm not. I mean, that's me being honest. I'm working 5 times harder. When I calculate everything, hours worked to amount of money bringing in is nowhere near as high as it was.
Just 31% of Americans approve of how Biden is handling this economy, 56% disapprove. And this is interesting. Just 13% of Americans say they've gotten better financially since the president took office.
Our latest ABC News poll shows 4 in 10 Americans say they're worse off than when you were elected. Only 16% said they were better off.
More than half of the country disapproves of Biden's job performance, weighed down by significant discontent over the economy. 40% say they are worse off financially than they were 2 years ago. The most negative response to that question in nearly 40 years of our polling.
What do you say to the 44% of Americans who say they are worse off now than they were before Biden took office?
An exclusive News Nation Decision Desk headquarters poll out this morning reveals almost every American, a staggering 97%, is somewhat or very concerned about soaring prices.
The one thing I can't believe is that on my previous job, I got paid $5 less an hour than I do on this one, and I was better off at that time than I am right now.
I was making $5 an hour less than what I'm making now, and I was better off then. Okay, so let's catch Joe. Let's catch Joe in his own game. Let me add that this is the real Joe Biden. Will the real Joe Biden please stand up? Yeah.
It's a big difference to tell the American people the truth about what our options are in ending this war. If tomorrow the order goes out from I'm President of the United States, I issue an order, end the war today, begin to withdraw all American troops. It will take a year to get the American troops out. Do you hear me now? That's the truth. It will take a year to get them physically out. Now, if you leave all the equipment behind, you might be able to do it in 7 months. And you leave those billions of dollars of weapons behind, I promise they're going to be used against your grandchild and mine someday. And you leave those billions of dollars of weapons behind, I promise they're going to be used against your grandchild and mine someday. It's a big difference to tell the American people the truth about.
Yeah, still think the guy who's in office is the real Joe Biden? Yeah, I didn't think so. All right, Tom Fenton says leftist professor tries to remove terrorist supporter from her home.
Hello, everyone. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Peace and blessings upon you all. Tonight, we are gathered here in the name of commemorating our final few weeks as law students.
This is my house.
Tonight is also the last night of the holy month of Ramadan, where millions of Muslims around the world fast, not only from material sustenance, fast not only from material sustenance, fast. We have attorneys. We have attorneys.
Okay, you don't have to get
Excuse me.
I'm not
Please leave our house. You are guests at our house.
This is our First Amendment right.
No,
This is our First
this is
Amendment.
my house.
It is.
The First
The
Amendment
National
doesn't
Lawyers
apply.
Guild has informed this is our First Amendment
This is
right,
my
and they
house.
are
This is
aware
wrong.
of this. They're not wrong.
This is my house.
This is my house, and you're no longer welcome here.
You are not welcome.
Okay, you can call the police.
No, I don't.
You can call the police. I'm getting a
Please
speech.
stop touching her. Just please leave. If you don't want to be here, leave my house. Please leave my house if you don't want to be here. You're my guest in
You
my
are not
house.
invited for this purpose.
We are talking about Ramadan and the holy month of Ramadan as Muslim students. We refuse to break our fast on the blood of Palestinian people. The UC has committed sending $2 billion to weapons manufacturers. I know, and we're just giving a speech about
Please
Ramadan
leave.
and the holy
Please
month.
leave my
If you can
house.
grab me the mic back, I will leave.
Good. Okay.
But will you please give me the mic? Please, will you give me the
Please
mic
leave.
back? Let me turn it off.
Please turn it off. And
I'll
please
turn
leave
it
my
off.
house. You're not a guest. You're a guest in my
And
house.
I know, but 40,000 people are dying. 40,000
stop that.
Palestinian people are dying.
If you don't
your
wish to be
husband,
here,
who is
please
the
leave
dean
my
of the
house.
law school, is giving $2 million to
Please
weapons
leave our house.
manufacturers. I encourage everyone
It is
here
incredibly
to
rude
not
of
break
you
their fast
to
on the blood
abuse
of
our
Palestinian
hospitality
people
in this way.
and join us in walking out.
There's a genocide going on. There's a genocide.
Then don't come here.
You haven't done anything about divestment.
Please leave
You have
my
not done
house.
anything about divestment.
I don't invest in anything. I'm not going to argue with you. This is a party. The law
Okay.
school's not
The
invested
Council on
in
American
anything.
Islamic Relations (SF) will be hearing how you pulled a Muslim woman's scarf during Ramadan. Putting your hands on my hijab is unacceptable. By grabbing my arm, you will hear from KRSF. You will hear from Taligal. And the fact that your wife was able to assault a Muslim Palestinian hijabi student is
She
not
grabbed
great.
her.
Thank
Please
you
leave
so
our
much.
house.
We are
Please
leaving.
leave our house now.
We are leaving. We are leaving. We're leaving.
My home.
I had a home in Palestine too, and people took it as well.
Yeah. I don't even know what to say to that. Yeah. Here's a statement from Donald Trump.
In Michigan, radical left Democrat Governor Gretchen Whitmer is handing out $500 a month in cash to anyone who accepts illegal aliens into your homes. Isn't that nice? She's calling this scam the newcomer rental subsidy. In other words, she's calling illegal immigrants, many coming from jails, many coming from mental institutions, many are terrorists. She's calling them newcomers. Isn't that wonderful? And it's all funded by federal taxpayer dollars distributed by crooked Joe Biden. He's the most crooked president we've ever had, and he's by far the worst president we've ever had. In other words, Biden and Whitmer are selecting and stealing your money to give free housing to illegal alien migrants and then asking you to quarter these foreign armies, and that's what they are. They're armies. They're coming in at levels that we've never seen ever in our country before. But quarter these foreign armies in the spare bedroom that you happen to have next to your children. I don't know. Somehow it doesn't sound like a very good idea, considering many of these people came from prisons and jails. They came from mental institutions and insane asylums. Many are terrorists that are coming into our country totally unchecked and totally unvetted. Doesn't sound like a good idea to have them next to your children, but that's Biden for you. Biden, Whitmer, and the radical left Democrats care more about illegal aliens than about American citizens or our military, our vets. They care much more about illegal aliens. Thanks to their inflation disaster, you can't afford to buy a house. You can't afford the increase in rent, yet they're taking your money and giving it to so-called newcomers. It's such a nice name, who illegally charged across our border. They came in illegally into our country. They're called newcomers. They're not called illegal immigrants. They're not called illegal aliens. This is a scandal, and this is a disgusting insult to hardworking American taxpayers. I will end it on day one. And when I take the oath of office, America is going to be strong, powerful, and rich again. When I'm president, instead of asking you to cram illegal aliens into your homes, I'll tell the illegal aliens that they must not come into our country. They have to go back to their homes in their countries. One way or another, we will send them back to their own countries. We will have the largest and most efficient deportation effort in the history of our country, bigger than that of Dwight Eisenhower, our president from a long time ago. Thank you very much.
All right. I'm just going to say this once, this BS going on in chat just needs to stop. All right. Just stop. I'm trying to give you guys content information, accurate information, and just stop. All right. James O'Keefe deleted R.L. Hismo, principal economist at the Federal Reserve, takes down his LinkedIn. We watched that video the other day in regards to the hidden camera and him talking about what's going on there. All right, big election for big victory for election integrity, and the left doesn't.
Hey everyone, huge victory. Pennsylvania Appellate Court, the Third Circuit that oversees Pennsylvania, the federal court, upheld a Pennsylvania state law that requires ballots mailed in to be in an envelope with a date on it. And the left wanted to be able to count ballots that didn't have a date on the envelope, contrary to state law. And the appellate court said, no, you can't do that. It's perfectly legitimate to require that rule. And certainly election integrity is advanced through this basic measure. Of course, the left doesn't like election integrity because they want to be able to steal elections. So this is a major victory for those of us who want fairer and cleaner elections, certainly in the state of Pennsylvania. What's also interesting about the case is that the decision suggests that counties that counted ballots without a date on the envelope in 2020 did so unlawfully up there in Pennsylvania. So it raises more questions about the 2020 election. So no matter how you slice it, though, a big defeat for the left that wants to be able to steal elections, and a big victory for the rest of us who want fair and clean elections. And you can be sure that Judicial Watch will continue to do the heavy lifting in Pennsylvania and elsewhere to ensure that our elections are fair, free, and clean.
Yeah, that was a great victory. And that video, that's what I love about posting videos, is that it just drives the left crazy because they're not used to seeing the truth online. They think, especially in election matters, that folks like me should have no voice. And a video like that, they go crazy over. I mean, they hate the truth. Of course, as you might imagine, they focus on my physical appearance. Evidently, they don't like the way I look. But in many ways, it just masks that they have just contempt and fear for the truth I speak, right?
I'm asking both of you to stop. All right. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see people bantering back and forth like that. All right. Fucking love. All right. Oh my. I spend way too many hours a day doing this. It's interesting that even MSNBC is acknowledging that many voters were better off under Trump.
Hey.
Raise your hand. All right, so that is everybody.
I think he's been absolutely disastrous for the economy.
I agree.
Raise your hand if you think President Trump's policies on the economy would be better for your family personally. Raise your hand. All right, so that is everybody. President Biden argues that his economic record has been very good. Said President Trump's was not as good. What are you keying off of, Sean? Since you had the best smile, and Virginia the second best smile. What are you keying off of to say President Trump's economic policies would be better for you?
My past performance of my 401k. I know it was post 2020 and everything kind of flipped around, but you can't blame everything on 2020 for forever.
We have areas here in Pennsylvania where it's just at a standstill right now. Like things are supposed to be being built and the interest rates are just way too high for people to invest and start moving around.
And Virginia, just staying with you because Pennsylvania is near and dear to Joe Biden's heart. Are there Biden policies that you would blame for the problem? And if so, what are they?
The interest rate is so high right now, and I know they're trying to cut the inflation down, but like if nobody is building, no businesses are really coming to Pennsylvania right now to keep us moving forward.
Even if you're trying to buy a house, because I'm trying to become a first-time home buyer, the prices are so high right now. It's just hard.
Yeah. That's the thing, is that you can't destroy one side of the country and not get the other side too. All right, here's a second message from our...
I think he's been absolutely disastrous.
RFK Jr. is, as you know, the most radical left candidate in the race. He's more so than the Green Party. He's more so than even crooked Joe Biden. But he's got some nice things about him. I happen to like him. Unfortunately, he is about the Green New Scam because he believes in that, and a lot of people don't. They want to see our country become rich and wealthy and strong and powerful and lots of other things, and not waste money doing something that nobody wants and everybody knows doesn't work. I guess that would mean that RFK Jr. is going to be taking away votes from crooked Joe Biden, and he should, because he's actually better than Biden. He's much better than Biden. If I were a Democrat, I'd vote for RFK Jr. every single time over Biden, because he's frankly more in line with Democrats. RFK Jr.'s running mate, Nicole Shanahan, is also a very liberal person, but that's okay. She's got plenty of money from her ex-husband. Kennedy is a radical left Democrat and always will be, but he's a better man than Joe Biden, that I can tell you. It's great for MAGA. I hope he continues to run, but the communists will make it very hard on him to get on the ballot, as they did for him as a Democrat. He wanted to get on the ballot. They made it very, very difficult for him. They really went after him viciously, just like they go after me. Welcome to the crowd, RFK Jr. But the fact is that the Democrats are vicious, communist, fascists. They're horrible people. They really hurt him badly, what they did to him as a Democrat. That's why he's running as an independent. But expect him to be indicted any day now, probably for environmental fraud. He is crooked Joe Biden's political opponent, not mine. Biden can't speak. Biden can't debate. Biden can't put two sentences together. So I guess he's probably going to indict RFK Jr. But I'm glad that he's running. They will fight it out together. We have the right and we have the center, and we have even center a little bit left, if you can believe it or not, because that group is radical left. They want windmills. They want all sorts of things that are going to destroy our country, and we're not going to allow it. If you want to drive an all-electric car for a half an hour before you have to go home and get it charged, then you should vote for Joe Biden. But it's going to be interesting to watch the two of them fight it out. I do believe that RFK Jr. will do very well, and I do believe he's going to take a lot of votes away from crooked Joe Biden. Thank you very much.
I don't think he's going to take too many away from Trump. I think people that support Trump right now are 100% there. All right, Ted Cruz, if Chuck Schumer tables impeachment articles against Alejandro Mayorkas, it will permanently destroy the Senate's authority over impeachment. Here we go.
Well, the House is going to deliver articles of impeachment early next week, and under the Senate rules, when they do so, the Senate moves immediately into an impeachment trial. Here's what should happen under the Constitution. This has happened 21 times in our nation's history. 21 times the House has delivered articles of impeachment to the Senate. In 4 of those times, the Senate lacked jurisdiction. In one of them, the person impeached was a senator, and impeachment only lies against executive branch officials or judicial branch officials. So they dismissed that one for lack of jurisdiction. In 3 of them, the person was out of office, was no longer in office, so it was dismissed as moot because there was no longer anything to do once they were out of office. In the remaining 17 instances, in all of them, 100% of the times, the Senate convened for a trial, the Senate heard evidence, the Senate made an adjudication, and the Senate decided guilty or not guilty. That is what the Constitution prescribes. It's the Senate's sole authority, but it's also its responsibility. Next week, Chuck Schumer and the Democrats are planning to completely destroy the Constitution's impeachment power of the Senate. And rather than hear any evidence, simply to table the matter at the outset, to vote at the outset, we're not going to hear it at all. And I'll tell you, Sean, Schumer is doing this for 3 reasons. Number one, he wants to prevent the House managers from presenting the evidence of what an absolute disaster Biden and the Democrats' open borders is. Number two, he wants to stop a trial from being held publicly because his only defense is to hide and hope that the media covers up the people who are dying and the risks to American safety from Biden's open borders. But number 3, Chuck Schumer is desperately trying to protect vulnerable Senate Democrats in states like Montana and Ohio and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania and Nevada to prevent them from having to vote guilty or not guilty. He's trying to dodge responsibility. If he does this, it will permanently destroy the Senate's authority to conduct impeachment trials. It will do permanent damage to the Senate.
Well, at least they won't be able to impeach Donald Trump again, right? It's okay. And here it is, the adjudication rooms across every battleground state in November 3rd, 2020 election. I observed with my Democratic partner.
In the dupes room, number 4, and this is the duplication room. I observed with my Democratic partner the preparation of a new ballot since the original one was soiled or wouldn't go through the tabulators. I read her a Trump Republican ballot, and as soon as she entered it into the system, the ballot defaulted on the screen to a Biden Democratic ballot. We reported this to the supervisors, and others in the room commented that they had witnessed the same manipulation. We were never told what, if any, corrective action was taken. All I know is the next day I was called outside the room that I was working in signature verification by the supervisor saying, I understand you caused some problems this week, and saying that you thought our machines were not working correctly. And I was being the one that was scolded. And I was told at that point in time, I could not discuss anything or talk about what was going on, as many people were threatened because they were told that their voices would be suppressed. They would be either have to leave the room and not work there again. I'm here because I think this is our duty to speak the truth.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I wanted to give you guys a little bit of breaking news. For those that don't know, criminal aliens are not only getting Social Security cards, they are also getting Social Security benefits. I have, on this tweet, I put the Social Security application forms for non-citizens. That includes, clearly on the form, people that are paroled into the United States that are claiming refugee status. So let's see. You can register to vote with a Social Security number. Well, they get them. And in Texas, you can also vote with a reasonable impediment declaration form without an ID. So I don't think it's the best idea to use Social Security numbers as the test for if somebody can vote. By the way, behind me here in San Antonio, we have just more federal infrastructure to enable the invasion of our country. Any immigration-related thing that you need here in San Antonio, you can come to this building. You can see people sitting outside. So there you have it, everybody. The infrastructure is everywhere. And not only that, criminal aliens will get Social Security cards and they will get benefits.
Yep. Makes you not want to put anything into Social Security anymore, right? All right. President Biden's decision to cancel student loan debt is illegal.
Doesn't care. It's perfectly what the court said. He just doesn't care. And this administration doesn't care. This decision is a trifecta. It's doing three things at once. Number one, blue-collar workers, working-class men and women. The most consequential political shift of the last decade is the Republican Party has become a blue-collar party. We are the party of truck drivers and steel workers and cops and firefighters and waiters and waitresses and everyone with calluses on their hands who works. The Democrat Party has abandoned blue-collar workers, has abandoned working men and women. And what this decision is doing is robbing blue-collar workers. If you're a truck driver, if you're a waitress, what Biden is saying is we're going to take money from you. We're going to take money from you either in the form of higher taxes or we're going to borrow and make you pay off that debt. But either way, they're taking it from you to pay off the debts of a bunch of woke gender studies majors because that's who the Democrat Party listens to. That's number one. They are screwing blue-collar workers. Number two, this decision, as you noted, is utterly lawless. The Supreme Court struck it down. The Biden White House knows what they're doing is lawless. You can't give away $500 billion or $1 trillion without Congress passing legislation. They don't care. They know it's lawless. They're doing it anyway. And number three, they are selling young people a bill of goods. Joe Biden's doing this for the same reason he did it 2 years ago, to try to buy votes, to convince young people, look, I'm giving you free stuff. But here's the thing. They know this will be struck down in court, so they're lying to young people. They're trying to dupe young people in making a promise that they know will never be delivered upon because the courts will strike it down. But the Biden administration thinks young people are not very bright and they'll be fooled by this political ploy.
And most of them will be. That's the shame of it all. You know, holy cheat, is this a confession? Anapolina Luna. Yes, I am. You cannot rehabilitate a child predator. MAGA Congresswoman pushes death penalty for sex abusers. Abby Cat says this is going to be used to kill trans people. They keep trying to label us all as child predators and are pushing the death penalty for child predators. It's pretty clear what they want. Yeah, I have to ask Abby Cat, are you worried because you're a predator? Yeah, that's a good question. Yep. Yeah, here we go.
At what point are the actions of a sitting president using lawfare and weaponization against his opponent for purposes of election interference considered illegal? I believe, as do various highly respected legal scholars, that crooked Joe Biden has long since crossed over that very sacred threshold. He is a criminal. He is a horrible president. He's the worst president in the history of our country. And the only way he thinks he can get elected is to take me to trials, take me to courts, city, state, and federal. They control them all. All of these cases that you're reading about are crooked Joe Biden's case because he can't put two sentences together. He can't do anything. So they weaponize government and they take me to court on bullshit. So we are going to win. We're going to win big. We're going to go through these horrible Biden trials. And at the end of the day, November 5th, everyone's coming out to vote for Trump. Thank you very much.
And yes, we are. All right, moving on. He's a phony war pig. Piece of shit. Eric Metheny. When this guy first got elected, I was his loudest cheerleader, and then something happened. The swamp got a hold of him, and he lost his way. What is it? The power? The money? What does DC do to people who initially run for office with good intentions? Well, they get paid. They get paid. That's what happens. Yep. All right. Joe Biden caught red-handed mishandling classified documents while Elise Stefanik dropped this bomb on FBI Director Wray. Are you aware that there's an audio recording of Joe Biden saying to his ghostwriter in February of 2016, saying, I just found all the classified stuff downstairs. Yep. We watched the video yesterday. So, all right. Would you keep your hands in your pocket around royalty?
Notice how Cillian Murphy keeps his hands in his pocket when talking to Prince Harry. See that
Does he
spite
take
in
his
his
hand or
eyes
anything?
while the prince is speaking? It's not unintentional. It's a protest. In 1920, as Ireland fought for their independence, the British royal family gave a decree in Cork City that any Irish man found with his hands in his pocket should be shot. For this reason, along with many other stunts, the Irish despise the royal family, with many taking to putting their hands in their pockets when interacting with any member of the ruling class as a form of protest. Ronan O'Gara, whom you can see in this shot, did the same thing when he met the Queen, causing an uproar. But keeping their hands in their pockets continues to be a simple yet effective way common Irish people show their defiance for the establishment.
Yeah. Give it to the Irishman.
Notice how
all right. If you or I were involved, we'd be prosecuted for insider trading. Breaking. Key inflation data was leaked to BlackRock and JP Morgan by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, allowing their traders to make market-moving bets. Bloomberg and the New York Times. Yep. Yeah. What's going on with this stuff? Why do they need to get more money when, in all actuality, our money is going to be worthless here soon enough? You know? Soon enough. Yep. All right. Representative Jim Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Atkinson, you wrote stories critical of the Obama administration. Is that accurate?
Yes, but may I point out it wasn't put in a political light, and there were also stories that some would consider critical of the Bush administration.
We'll say it this way. You wrote stories critical of the government.
Yes.
Yeah. You factually reported. And then you did on Fast and Furious, you did on Benghazi and other issues.
Yes.
And even before, as you said, on the Bush administration. And then strange things started happening to you, right?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, like a computer, you think your phone gets bugged, you believe, and things happen to your computer after you wrote stories critical of the government.
Right.
That's scary, right?
Yeah, it's not a
frightening
comfortable
everybody.
feeling, right?
Ms. Harridge, you wrote stories critical of the Biden administration. Is that true?
That's fair.
I mean, you wrote a number of things about the laptop issue, about Hunter Biden, all kinds of things. You wrote critical of the Biden family, the Biden business operation, the Biden brand, and all that stuff.
Congressman, I reported out the facts of the story.
You sure did. You sure did. You reported the facts. And then CBS fired you. Is that right?
My position was terminated.
Yeah. And you're an award-winning journalist. How long did you work at CBS?
I worked at CBS News for 4.5 years. During that period, we won major awards. I was part of an Emmy-winning team. I was nominated for investigative Emmys. I think the most important projects were projects that drove legislation here on the Hill that positively impacted 1 million veterans.
So award-winning journalist, won all kinds of awards, had worked there almost 5 years, had extensive experience at a different major network prior to that, where you were also an award-winning journalist, done all kinds of reporting critical of the government there as well, and then you get fired. But it's worse than that, isn't it? Because they didn't just fire you. What else did they do?
On February 13th, when I was told on a Zoom call that my employment was terminated, I was locked out of my emails and I was locked out of the office. CBS News seized hundreds of pages of my reporting files, including confidential source information.
And that's not normal, is it?
No, that's not my experience in the other 2 networks that I've worked at or with my colleagues at CBS News. When the network of Walter Cronkite seizes your reporting files, including confidential source information, that is an attack on investigative journalism.
Yes, it sure is. So I'm just trying to, it seems to me there's a pattern developing here. You're critical of the government, Ms. Atkinson situation, and Shazam, they start doing all kinds of strange things to your phone line, to your computer. You're critical of the government at a major news organization, and you're an award-winning journalist. You've been there 5 years, you get fired. But it's not just you got fired. In fact, we can maybe there's nothing to that. But what we do know is they seized your documents. That's scary as well. And you talk about a chilling effect on the First Amendment. I don't know how it could be more chilling. Now, thank goodness the lady sitting beside you, they stepped in, right? Because they're stepping in and helping. Them stepping in help because you got your files back finally, didn't you?
I did get the files back. If I didn't have the support of SAG-AFTRA really publicly standing up for journalism, I don't believe that I would have received the files and they would have been returned. And I just want to be clear, Congressman, wherever you work, if this happened to you, it's an attack on free press. It's an attack on the First Amendment. It makes it more challenging for reporters to work in the future. That disrupts the free flow of information to the public. They call it journalism a profession for a reason, because it's about an informed electorate, and it's a cornerstone of our democracy. I can only speak for myself. When my records were seized, I felt it was a journalistic rape.
Ms. Cavallaro, have you ever seen that before, where when someone is leaving an employment at a major news organization, they seize their documents?
I can't say that SAG-AFTRA is familiar with every single case of termination or departure where...
I'm not asking that. I'm saying, have you ever seen anything like this?
I have had no recollection of seeing...
Well, that should scare us too. First time it ever happened, and it happens to an award-winning journalist who's been in this profession for a number of years, known all across the profession. And that happens on the heels of what happened to Ms. Atkinson, because both journalists were critical of the government. That's exactly that's what journalism is about, being critical of the government when the government's doing things wrong, and then to have a major news organization or the government itself do this. In your testimony, Ms. Herod, you had a very important line. You said, if confidential sources are not protected, journalism is dead. And I agree, but it would seem to me if retaliation is allowed by the government or by some major media outlet, journalism is dead as well. And that's what this hearing's about. And I, again, want to thank you all for coming and sharing your important testimony. I yield back.
Yeah. Yep. Rutger Bregman was once invited to the WEF in Davos after calling out their hypocrisy, who is not invited again.
This is my first time at Davos, and I find it quite a bewildering experience, to be honest. I mean, 1,500 private jets flown in here to hear Sir David Attenborough speak about, how we're wrecking the planet. And I hear people talk in the language of participation and justice and equality and transparency. But then, almost no one raises the real issue of tax avoidance, right? And of the rich just not paying their fair share. It feels like I'm at a firefighters conference and no one's allowed to speak about water. Something needs to change here. 10 years ago, the World Economic Forum asked the question, what must industry do to prevent a broad social backlash? The answer is very simple. Just stop talking about philanthropy and start talking about taxes. Taxes. We need to, just 2 days ago, there was a billionaire in here, what's his name? Michael Dell. And he asked the question like, name me one country where a top marginal tax rate of 70% has actually worked. And, I'm a historian. The United States, that's where it has actually worked in the 1950s. This is not rocket science. We can talk for a very long time about all these stupid philanthropy schemes. We can invite Bono once more, but come on, we got to be talking about taxes. Yes. That's it. Taxes. All the rest is bullshit, in my opinion.
Yep. Well, he's actually right, and they never invited him back. But that's what happens. Infiltration, exploser, declass, says Script Keeper.
You would have woke no front. A lot of whips so aggravated. It's a zombie apocalypse. The vaccinated being activated. The media saying there's a fungus among us. Guess what? The hunkers become the hunted. Digital passport and the new ID. Climate change being pushed for Robert Kennedy. Government stretching out like a damn centipede. We getting fucked up with no damn amenity.
Yo, so I'm just gonna go live because I'm like, I can't take the bullshit anymore. All right, Phil. And I'm going to say this as quick as possible for old fucking Phil Godlewski, because I know he's watching right now. Phil, you are the biggest bitch on the planet. And all the people that are fucking hitting me in my Telegram with all these messages and, oh, you're a federal plant, you're a deep state. Listen, you cocksuckers, if I was a federal plant, I wouldn't have told you in those messages, give me your location and I'll pull up. And then come slap the taste out of your fucking mouth. And then you can see that nobody works for the feds because they wouldn't allow me to do that. I would get arrested for that. But everybody's a tough guy until it's time to do some tough guy shit. And I'm not a tough guy. I just call out the bullshit. I don't like fucking pedos. I don't like people that fake and say, oh, I'm a Christian and I'm a God-fearing Christian and I take care of her. And you live the most sexual deviant fucking life that we've ever heard of. Disgusting. Like, my mother and father are pastors. They always tell me, they're like, you know, God is working on you. You're a work in progress. You know, when you feel convicted, you'll stop cursing and doing all that. But I'm just from New York. We just don't give a shit. And that's just how it is. We curse. So for all the people like, you're not civilized. Let me tell you something. The people that I've been around in my life, they would eat you for breakfast. Especially Phil. Phil, if you lived in New York and all that shit came out about you and Bree and everything that you did to her, and you were a baseball coach at that time, most of the fathers would have dragged you through the school, up and down the fucking floors, beating the shit out of you. And then they now we'll fast forward a little bit. If that happened now, the people I know, they would be like, world star, while you're getting your ass whooped. They would fucking literally scream world star and send it into world star with the backdrop of the story that you groomed a fucking 15-year-old. Do you get this shit? So as soon as somebody speaks on this, especially when it's been a FOIA has been put in place for all this information, you have the Daily Beast, you have Rolling Stones, Scranton Times, The Guardian, Epoch Times, all these big media outlets have reported on your dealings and all the bullshit you say. Now there's people like me, Crash, Nick, Z, Rhonda, Shaq, I'm even going to say Cold Beer. All those people that have been calling your shit out for years. All you do is either try to bribe them, and some of them take the money, or you try to threaten them. I'm going to sue you. So when somebody says, I'm going to sue you, it's so you'll shut up. It's still almost 200 days. October 14th, I think I called you out, and I'm still not served. You didn't add me to Nick's case. You said we'd be served by March 30th. It didn't happen. You doxed me. I came to Pennsylvania, to your fucking town. You didn't go to Hawaii yet. Show this to your lawyer too, because I don't give a fuck. I came to your fucking town, made sure you knew I was at the billboard. If you wanted to talk to me, because you're a tough guy, if you wanted to talk to me like a fucking man, you could have showed up that day. I made sure that message got to you, Phil. I know the message got to you. I know they told you, yeah, he's going to be over there in 30 minutes. I know that for a fact. You had every chance in the world. Tough guy, Mr. Snowden, Mr. in charge of Q. I'm over President Trump. I'm over General Flynn. I'm this, I'm that. You're the biggest pussy in the fucking world. You had your whole chance. You could have showed up and came and seen me man to man, face to face, and you could have brought 10 people with you. And we still could have fucking did it out right there in the fucking streets. I wouldn't have given a shit. But you're a pussy, bro. So stop acting like you're the secret squirrel mission guy and you have all the answers. You're running your next grift. We fucked up your first grift, okay? We fucked it up. Me, Z, and Nick, we fucked it up because the movie shows the receipts of what you did, okay? It shows everything that we fucking went on and fucking proved, okay? Yes, and there was people that came before us. There were people that did this before us. I never took away no credit from nobody. I just called it out for myself. And then there were people that said, hey, we should unify on this and we should call this fucking guy out. Now, you're like, oh, don't worry about the posts on there about Gold Quiz. Don't click that. Bro, your grift is so exposed right now. There is shit, you can't do nothing about it. And if you are a federal plant, which I think you are, I think you're a deep state plant. This is just me. Maybe not everybody in the live thinks this. Maybe the people that I work with don't think. I think.
Okay, so I'm going to give my opinion on this. All right. Anybody who's got to take money from old people like that deserves exactly what they get. Okay. And if you're a pedo in the movement, then you should be called out. And so TJWI, I don't give a fuck what you think. Okay. It's just a fact. Okay. This guy has taken people's retirements and their 401k. Okay. And used it to buy fucking houses in Hawaii and all over the fucking place. Okay. Scamming them out of their money, getting 26% of their funding as soon as it goes into this gold co that he was involved with. So if you don't know what the whole situation is, shut the fuck up. Okay. When it comes to this, okay, this actually is an important topic. Okay. This guy was on his own stream, okay, belittling the 15-year-old girl that he was grooming. Okay. So you don't like me covering it. Get the fuck out of my stream. I don't need you here. I didn't ask you to come. I didn't beg you to come. Okay. You came of your own volition. Either sit back and watch the content that I provide for you with the context to the stories in which we're talking about. Okay. Or leave. One or the other. It's that simple. Okay. I'm tired of this trying to appease everybody. Okay. When it boils down to the fact, okay, that these guys, okay, just like Charlie Ward, okay, and Simon Parks and many others, okay, have been grifting the shit out of patriots, okay, that don't need it. Okay. And you know, it's well, then if you don't know about the you know about the whole situation, you say, okay, wow, can have an opinion. It's that simple. Well, it's keep your opinion to yourself as far as I'm concerned. Okay. My entire crowd on YouTube is not seeing what you're posting, but I am. Okay. If you don't like me covering the fact that truthers are out there grifting the shit out of people, then get the fuck out of my chat. It's that simple. Okay. If you understand the whole situation and you understand that people have actually committed suicide after losing everything to this motherfucker, it's that simple. Good patriots who were thought that they were going to save their money from when the banks fucking crash and the dollar fucking plummets, okay, followed his advice, put it in there where he got 26% of their every fucking dollar that they put in. He got 26% of it. Nobody else that belongs to those companies gets that percentage. Okay? Nobody else. He's the only one who gets 26%. Okay? And he turned around, and as soon as this guy offed himself, within a couple of weeks later, he owned a new property in Hawaii. Guy worked his entire fucking life and put it all into his 401k. Okay? And says, okay, well, it's, you know, this guy's telling me I need to put my money into this, and you know, I'm trusting him. And the guy screwed him. It's that fucking simple. Don't like what I gotta fucking say, then get the fuck out of my chat. It's that simple. All right. Wide Awake Media says driver keeps his foot on the accelerator, refusing to stop for just oil protesters blocking the road. Would you do the same? I would.
Watch out, watch out! Watch out! Watch out, let him through, out the way, Pat. Out the way, Pat. Watch out, watch out! Watch out! Watch out, let him through, out the way, Pat. Out the way, Pat.
I wouldn't stop for him either. You know, it's going on in Los Angeles up there on the highways. It's going on in other towns on the highways. And it all boils down to, there are places to protest, and the highway is not one of them. The byways are not one of them. You have a section that you get permit for. That's where you hold your protest. Once you have your permit, then you go, you do your protest, and you stay off the main roads so that the flow of traffic can continue. We went through all of this stuff during the 2020 protests and everything else. And let me tell you, I've had people come out to my farm showing me the damage that was done to their vehicles while driving through Portland, Oregon, going through Salem, Oregon, going through Eugene, Oregon, that the protesters did as they were going through, and they were just trying to go to work, and there's no call for it, no reason for it whatsoever. Orenthal Simpson. Yeah. This guy's a piece of freaking work. So he posted one last tweet just before he died. It was about 8 or 9 hours before he passed. His family ended up deleting it as soon as he passed. They got a hold of his device and deleted the post. But his final post was, "I did that shit." Okay. So.
Hey, Twitter world, it's me, yours truly. Well, it's not really the subjects that I like to talk about, but I'm getting a lot of questions from my friends, and even a couple of people that just asked me at the store the other day, what did I think about a couple of these cases that are going on between, one with Donald Trump and the other one with Tiger Woods. When I first heard about E. Carroll's case against Donald, I didn't think much about it because I figured 30 years later, this is not going to go anywhere. And they said it was a civil case, which is kind of confusing. A rape is only civil, not criminal. But I didn't think it would go anywhere. Then when I saw they were going to have it, I said, well, come on, man. How many people could come out of the woodworks 30 years later and claim some celebrity or some rich guy did something to them 30 years ago? It'd be their word against theirs and it wouldn't go. But then when I saw that they were going to let that Access Hollywood tape in and some other stuff in, I said, maybe Donald's going to be in some trouble. And it turns out that I'm pretty sure it was those tapes and some words from some other comments that he made in his deposition that ended up leading to him losing this particular verdict. I also believe, and I got to admit, I do believe it's that very Hollywood Access tape is what's going to work in his favor in any appeals that he does, because it just didn't seem that that should have been let in this case. I'm a guy that believes that you honor jury verdicts, even when you think they're wrong. I obviously thought a civil case I had in California was wrong. I didn't even think they should have been able to have it. I totally disagree with the case, that criminal case I had here in Vegas. But hey, I do believe you have to respect a jury's verdict, and I did what I could to respect it. In any event, it's going to be interesting to see. I don't think Donald, in the end, is going to have to pay $5 million. Tiger Woods is a whole different story. Years ago, we had an actor that I worked with in a movie called The Klansman. His name was Lee Marvin, great actor. Won an Academy Award, I think, for Cat Ballou or something. He was being sued by a live-in girlfriend that he had lived with a lot of years. Her name was Michelle Triola, I believe. And he was being sued by her when they were splitting up, even though they weren't married. She felt that it was like common law. I think she may have won the case, but I don't think there was much money changed hands from it. But because of that case back then, most celebrities, certainly myself, if we were in a deep relationship with someone, I had a person who was moved in with me. We got what we call an anti-Marvin agreement. In other words, it was a contract, a little like a prenuptial. It was probably a pre-prenuptial right? And essentially it just said that, hey, we're living together because of the convenience to both of us. There's no promise of future promises that is being made here, that has been committed to here. We're just living together because it's convenient at this time for both of us. And of course, later on with the person that I had the contract with, I ended up having a prenuptial later on when we got married. In the event, I don't think Tiger's in any trouble. Tiger had a contract with her. They signed the contract. That was the whole purpose of the contract, to avoid what is happening right now. And nothing that I've heard in Tiger's history that he has been sexually, I guess, aggressive or had done anything, improper other than, having, relationships outside of his marriage. But I never heard anybody say anything negative about his treatment of them. So it would shock me if Tiger was to lose that case. And anyway, come on, football. Come on, you can't get here soon enough. I'm just saying. Take care.
So that was recorded about, I think it was 9 months ago, 10 months ago. So it was just before the football season started. I'm not sure what time of the year it starts. What is it? Midsummer, I think it is, that football starts, somewhere around there. Midsummer, maybe beginning of fall or whatever. And he had already been diagnosed with the cancer. Okay. So it was, and it was cancer that took him out. But he was also on pushing the jibber jabber walkie, as we all know. And as we've been watching, all of these, people who've been posting all this time, in regards to, in regards to the jab, they're dropping dead like crazy, after chastising everybody else for not doing it, kind of season. Okay. So preseason is in July, and that is September. So it was during preseason. So it was at the time that Tiger Woods was going through his court case there in, oh crap! I don't remember what state it was now. It's been a long time since I've seen the article in regards to that lawsuit. So, and Tiger did win the lawsuit, by the way, and it was proven that he didn't have anything to do with it. There were actually two others that were involved that also belonged to the PGA Tour, had not switched over to the new one that Trump belongs to. I don't remember what the one that Trump belongs to is, live or something like that, Golf Live or something to that effect. Somewhere around there. All right. Shipwreck says 2 presidents, a tale of 2 presidents.
We are counting down the days to the 2024 presidential election, and yesterday was a tale of 2 presidents. Former President Trump packed up his team, headed out to Georgia to campaign.
They got everybody. Look at that fucked up.
And while he was there, he gave his usual speech of fuck Joe Biden and Joe Biden's border policies are garbage. When he was done, he went to a Chick-fil-A and he bought everybody lunch.
So I don't care what the media tells you, Mr. Trump. We support you. Okay, 4 p.m. We've been 4 p.m.
Come here, let me give you a Everybody have a good time.
He left, but look at this. That level of security seems excessive for somebody who's not currently president. But that's just my opinion anyway. Front page news of the New York Post a day after Joe Biden had met with the Prime Minister of Japan, who came into town to have a conversation with him and watch him shuffle through note cards.
Next question. Who do I call on next? Hang on a second. I got my list here. Hang on. I apologize. Aurelian of AFP.
So now they got old boy scripted right down to the name of the reporter that he's allowed to call on. Oh, but he wasn't the only one that showed up to this. Woof.
Oh, we're having a good time tonight. Thank you all.
Meanwhile, all this is going on. MSNBC did their segment called The Undecided. And what they do is they gather a bunch of people together who are undecided about the current election, and they ask them some questions as to what they think that they're going to do. And it went, I don't think, the way that they had hoped it was going to go.
Or two more. The undecided voters were also asked how they think President Biden is doing on the economy. Take a listen.
He's been absolutely disastrous for the economy.
I agree.
Just raise your hand if you think President Trump's policies on the economy would be better for your family personally. Raise your hand. All right, so that is everybody.
Ouch.
Yeah. Shipwreck puts some good stuff together. She does. All right. Can anyone explain this? This is my friend Vincent freaking out.
Yeah, I know y'all be thinking I be bugging and shit, but I'm in the middle of 180th Street, and I look at the sky and that shit is purple. That's not no Northern Lights bullshit. Like, I've seen this shit once before in Brooklyn. Like, this is some bullshit. This is really some bullshit, y'all. Y'all think I'm bullshitting? It's fucking purple. The sky is purple. The cloud is purple. Like, what the fuck is that, dog? You can't tell me you know what that is. Because I don't even know what the fuck that is. Yeah, I know y'all be thinking.
What is it? Well, he should have waited to see if it was going to turn into purple rain. All right. Script Keeper says they got a date to sacrifice the red heifers. All right. Let's see what this young man's got to say. This is, I can't read his name. But all right. Here we go.
It's about to get a whole lot rougher for humanity. It looks like they finally have a date, allegedly, to sacrifice the red cow. It says Israelis submit request to police to allow an altar and knives to slaughter red cows on the 22nd at Al-Aqsa Mosque. And in 1 second, I'll show you something extremely weird that happened when the eclipse happened. But this is Al-Aqsa Mosque. It sits right where the second temple, Solomon's temple, was. I have a feeling God is not going to like this. What we're about to see is of biblical proportions. At the same exact time, we have Israel taking soldiers out of Gaza because they are about to be attacked by Iran. And while this is happening, other countries are already picking sides because they know this is going to change the world. And this behind me is when the leader of Hamas just found out that his 3 children were unalive in this conflict. Could you even imagine? And when the eclipse happened a couple days ago, there was someone watching the Windy app, and right when it happened, this giant vortex just randomly opened up, allegedly near Antarctica.
And to document this very weird anomaly taking place on Vent 2 sky. I don't know what this blob is here, but it's coming from what looks like Antarctica. If we backtrack a little bit, you're going to see it disappear and reappear on the screen. So we move into Monday the 8th, which was obviously 3 days ago. Watch as we move into Tuesday, this mass pops up with waves of 83.7 feet in height. What in God's name is this thing moving out of Antarctica, as you can see, and then it moves up the coast of Africa into the Atlantic Ocean? Watch this as we move into Wednesday the 10th, Thursday the 11th, which is today. This is going on right now. I don't know if these waves are actually hitting the coast or if this is some sort of glitch in the system, but I've never seen anything like this. This giant blob is showing 83.7 foot waves. This does not seem to be any sort of storm system. Let me zoom back out here.
You're right. It wasn't a storm system. It's a massive blob of energy that was conjured by maybe allegedly. And we can see that this massive conjured blob of energy is the thing that was screwing with the Schumann frequency when the resonance of the Earth was disappearing the day after the eclipse. Things are getting weird.
Yeah, things have been weird for a long time, kid. I'm glad you're catching up, though. You know. All right. Sir Oliver Pollock says, breaking, get your popcorn for those who say nothing's happening. Remember the bank crashes, ongoing. The elite selling their estates, Rothschilds. Celebrities and athletes selling their multi-million-dollar homes. BlackRock filing for bankruptcy. Huge financial things. Yeah. All right, let's take a listen.
So I'm doing a little bit of research in the Office of Foreign Assets Control website. These are all the sanctioned programs and the country which is sanctioned, all the information. These are all the sanctions and countries. They're all listed here in alphabetical order. I haven't visited this site in a couple of months at least, so I wasn't, updated on any of these happenings, many of which occurred this year. This one is as early as today. That is the Balkans. Balkans sanctioned today. Let's see, what else do we have? January 31st. Burma. March 27th. Counter narcotics trafficking sanctions. April 12th, another one today. Counterterrorism sanctions. Another one today.
I'm going to pause that for a second. Why would there be sanctions placed upon counterterrorism? Why would there be sanctions placed on counterterrorism, especially here for the United States, knowing everything that's going on? So sanctions have been placed on those who are working in counterterrorism here in the United States? That's kind of questionable to me.
Cyber-related sanctions. And the list goes on and on. But one that struck me, right? You see this? Magnitsky sanctions. Okay. I'll get into that in a second. But you have one from February 2nd, 2024. Let me go back. Uh, Come on. Where is it? Did I lose it? Here it is. I didn't lose it. Just a little groggy from the medication, and took me a second. But it's foreign interference in the United States election sanctions. Many of you are familiar with that executive order 13848. This was updated on February 2nd, 2024. Let's delve into this. Foreign interference in the United States election sanctions. As we scroll down, give you some information on what to expect. A couple of PDF docs here, not too important. There's the executive order affiliated with this sanction. But I want to get to, I believe it's this one. Official business sanctions regulation, amended general licenses. No, let's try this one. Okay. It brings you here, and then from here, I believe there's another PDF you have to open up if you want to view it in the registry. Let me see. Published edition. Is this it? Published edition. View the PDF. 31 CFR. Yeah. So this is it here. So Part 579, Foreign Interference in U.S. Elections Sanctions Regulations. All right, this gives you all the different sections Subpart B, prohibitions. Subpart C, general definitions. I forgot A, relation of this part to other laws and regulations. Subpart D, interpretations. Um, Subpart E, licenses, authorizations, and statements of licensing policy. Subpart F, reports. Subpart G, penalties and findings of violations. Subpart H, procedures. Subpart I, paperwork reduction act. And here we go. Subpart A. I want to get to what I think is a juicy one. It's description of one of the entities that can be sanctioned, or actually that is being sanctioned effective February 2nd. You guys remember, all these banks allegedly, crashing, uh, the Rothschilds auctioning off their estates, all these actors and athletes and so on and so forth selling their homes, multi-million dollar homes. You guys all remember this, correct? All right. So we go to this section here, 579.1314. U.S. financial institution. The term U.S. financial institution means any U.S. entity, including its foreign branches, that is engaged in the business of accepting deposits, making, granting, transferring, holding, or brokering loans or other extensions of credit, or purchasing or selling foreign exchange, securities, commodity futures, or options, or procuring purchases and sellers thereof as principal or agent. It includes depository institutions, banks, savings banks, trust companies, security brokers and dealers, futures and options brokers and dealers, forward contract and foreign exchange merchants, securities and commodities exchanges, clearing corporations, investment companies, employee benefit plans, and U.S. holding companies, U.S. affiliates, or U.S. subsidiaries of any of the foregoing. This term includes those branches, offices, and agencies of foreign financial institutions that are located in the United States, but not such institutions, foreign branches, offices, or agencies. Hello, folks. This brings down the whole damn thing. You're talking the Fed, the SEC, all major banks, central banks, you name it, the stock market, Wall Street done. This is massive, massive. But we already have a new financial system in place, and it's called Ripple. Okay, they took over Swift under the guise of a partnership. Um, they will be using XRP, which will be used worldwide. Almost every country in the world already is signed up with Ripple to use their technology to bridge, currencies, right? To move large amounts like these financial institutions are used to moving. We're talking trillions of dollars annually. This system has been running concurrent with the SWIFT system for at least 4 to 5 years now. I believe that they have not flipped the switch, so to speak, because they have not um, rid the world of all of the corruption from the top that needs to be removed, eradicated. It's happening. Slowly but surely, we're all witnessing what's going on right now. With the Biden impeachment inquiry, we see that they're going after Trump heavy and hard, but they always seem to fail. Everything's going to boomerang against them and then some. So, folks, be patient, have faith. It's happening. The best is yet to come.
Yep. Watching them banks go down. In China, kindergarten kids learn how to cook. In America, they learn their pronouns and genders.
Chinese kindergarten cooking class. Chinese kindergarten cooking.
Now, I remember home ec. They taught you how to make an omelet, taught you how to cook a bird, all kinds of stuff. Mostly BS, but these kids learn this in kindergarten. Start teaching your grandchildren how to cook. Get them involved. Get them involved in healthy stuff so that they don't grow up eating the crap that's out there now. Yeah. All right. Breaking 10 illegals were arrested in Texas connection to child porn investigation.
Investigators say they stumbled onto undocumented immigrants inside a home while investigating a child porn complaint. It happened Thursday morning at a house on Dripping Spring Avenue. I'm told 13 people were questioned, while federal immigration officials later transported 10 of them for processing. The Chambers County Sheriff's Office said they were either of Asian descent or from Guatemala. The child porn investigation is ongoing, while the feds will handle things on the immigration side. Investigators say they...
Yep. It's a short clip, but it's good to know that people are getting picked up for this. So this is, okay, Michaela, I believe that's how you pronounce that. Michaela Montgomery, who hugged Trump at the Atlanta Chick-fil-A is on Fox and Friends this morning, dropping truth.
Hug from Trump at an Atlanta Chick-fil-A while he met with supporters. Watch.
I don't care what the media tells you, Mr. Trump. We support you.
We love you.
Okay, 4 p.m. We've been 4 p.m.
Come here, let me give you a hug.
Please
Look at the joy. Here to tell us about it is that young woman herself, Michaela Montgomery. She's also the founder of a grassroots political group to conserve the culture. Michaela, I've been waiting for this interview all morning. I've
been waiting for this my whole life.
So thanks so much for joining us. So you told the president when you were hugging him, I don't care what the media says, we support you. Tell me what you meant by that.
I am so glad that is the first question you asked me. Mm-hmm. So, of course, in the excitement of everything, I wasn't able to really relay my message, but the general consensus or social media would have you thinking that if President Trump were to show up to the HBCU campuses or walk around the AUC community, that like some angry mob would form or a riot would ensue and that he would not be welcome. And clearly the sentiment in that room the other day was the complete opposite. He was very welcome. People were excited to see him. People showed up in support of him. And people, of course, were from all 4 institutions within the AUC, the local HBCU community in Atlanta. And they all showed up in support of him. So it's actually kind of crazy to see people in an uproar when all 4 institutions were legitimately represented and all 4 institutions were represented by said students who wanted to support President Trump.
You know, Michaela,
appreciate that we were able to not only let him know that regardless of what social media says, you know, I know they're trying to make us think we're supposed to hate you, but we don't. And additionally, it was a learning experience for my students because they were able to see and experience firsthand how the media can warp the perception of an opinion or a person. Because like I said, to think that these students who attend these illustrious institutions aren't smart enough to make their own decisions, much so that they would only show support for Trump because he bought chicken sandwiches and milkshakes.
It's offensive.
That in itself is the most disturbing part of it all, especially when you think about the fact that it was mainly urban media outlets that were doing everything in their power to turn other Black people against these young Black kids who simply were not shy to explore other options.
It's so incredible. And I think you hit it on the head. By the way, the former president gave a lot of funding to HBCUs. One of the highlights of my childhood was my HBCU tour to figure out what college I wanted to go to. But tell me about the former president and his policies. What is it about him that is gravitating these young people toward the president? And a lot of people, traditionally, Republicans don't do well in Black America. But a lot of young Black Americans like the former president. What is it about him?
I think, and this is a sentiment I get a lot coming from the young people themselves, is that they feel like he's honest. They feel like this is somebody who, while we might not agree with how he says things, how he goes about things, at least he's telling us what it is. We don't feel like this is a snake in the grass waiting for his chance to bite us. This is somebody who's telling us, this is what my plan is. Here's how I plan to execute it. Here's the people involved. And here's how you can get involved. So they just feel like he's more relatable. And I don't say that to say that, like, you know, they all relate to him. But again, he gives you that relatable feeling to where it's like, hey, I'm just like you. You know me. This is what you said you wanted. Here's what I'm going to try to do about it. They really feel like this is somebody who's talking to them and not just saying what they want to hear.
Such a good point. Michaela, what has Biden done for our community? What has he done for Black America?
Well, he locked up a lot of people that look like me, and they're still sitting in jail waiting for, you know, justice and appeal of some sort. So when it comes to what Joe Biden has done for Black America, if we look specifically at his record as a senator, it wasn't something that benefited us at all. If anything, one could argue that he dedicated his entire senatorial career to disrupting the way of life, you know, for Black people. He didn't want Black kids going to the same school as his kids. He didn't want Black people walking on the sidewalk along with his mother and grandmother. So the fact that we ignore these things that were said on the Senate floor, like this is somebody who passed legislation with the sole intent of oppressing a certain community. And we're going to act like that didn't happen, or we're going to act like it can be overshadowed by somebody's comments a few years down the line that made us feel some type of way. Feeling some type of way is completely different when you can feel a certain type of way at home. There's people who are, you know, as of right now, spending the rest of their lives in jail because, you know, Joe Biden thought that they deserved it, as if there isn't retribution. And then you had somebody like Trump come in and give us the First Step Act to try and right the wrongs that were done with this 3 strikes rule. And nobody's talking about that.
Michaela, I need more time with you. We got to go to
you can call me whenever.
We'll make it happen. We'll bring you back on, and we'll talk about the president's plan to win more Black voters. Michaela, thank you so much. Thanks for being bold. We'll talk soon.
Thank you for having me. You guys have a great day.
You got it.
You know, how often do you actually hear a reporter say to somebody that they're entering, we need more time together. We need to get you back on to do more. You know, you'll hear that on podcasts, of course, because, you know, when people are dropping truths and everything else. But to have a mainstream reporter say that was nice to hear. Nature Girl says, good morning. Happy Friday. Relax and let the magic happen. All right. Take a listen. This is Wisdom Sushi Bites on TikTok.
We often have said, the more you surrender, the more magic happens. It sounds simplistic, but it's not. So let's break it down. Surrender. The more you surrender, well, surrender to what? Well, first of all, you're surrendering from your thinking mind. Your thinking mind knows everything. Everything has to be reasonable, and so no magic happens. Magic is something that goes beyond your normal reason, like love, like awe, like synchronicity. Well, a lot of wonderful things I know a lot of you have experienced. Anyway, so that's what you're surrendering from. You're surrendering to that which is higher, as we have said in another video, like surrender. Sur means on top, surface, sur, above. And render is to melt. So you're melting into that which is above. You're melting to your own higher self. So when you surrender, you are connected to your higher self, one, and you are not letting your thinking mind, who knows everything and everything has to be logical and reasonable, you're surrendering, you're letting go of that. So for these reasons, it's really true. The more we surrender, the more magic happens. Try it out, you'll see.
All right. Eve posted up. Okay, what about the sun? This one has me scratching my head. If you listen to all of this, I want to know your opinion. Let's take a listen. This is Auntie Coulette on Telegram. This is not our sun. I have photos to prove it. Our real sun is behind it, and behind the moon, still stuck in an eclipse. Could we really be in the 3 days of darkness, being kept in the dark by the light of that new artificial sun? Must watch.
In order to make a video. This is purely for entertainment purposes only. All things stated here are speculation. We're just goofing around. Let's go. No, this one is big. In fact, out of all the videos I have ever made, this by far will be the biggest. Whew. Hang on to your britches, boys and girls, because this is about to, well, get real and real fast. It's a beautiful day. Not a cloud in the sky. The sun is shining. What if I were to tell you the sun that is shining right now, my friends, is our biggest problem? Because that sun out there, that is not our sun. Hold on. For the past few weeks before the eclipse, something in me has been saying, this is not right. Something is off. This is not a natural occurrence. I cannot count how many times I prayed to God asking him, Yahweh, is this you, this eclipse, or is this some sinister scheme that Satan has devised and had man carry out? Saturday night, we were in Boise celebrating my son's birthday at a restaurant when I went to the restroom. And when I go to the bathroom, that's when I tend to pray. And I did. I prayed to God again about the eclipse on Saturday night. As I was leaving the restaurant bathroom, as I stepped into the hallway, something, my Holy Spirit said, kiddo, look down. Y'all, when I looked down, I saw a tile floor beneath my feet, but it was as if it was amplified. And that tile floor had a geometric shape. It was hexagons. I'll come back to that. Y'all, I'm actually shaking. My knees are shaking. Hold on. But there has been another thing that has been gnawing and nagging at me too over the past few weeks. One verse from the Bible. Y'all, I cannot get it out of my head. And although the verse I'm thinking of is in Matthew 24, this morning when I was getting ready and I asked God something and I actually did something, I went to my Bible for confirmation and I opened right up to Thessalonians. And when my eyes hit that page, that line, I about shot up off of my chair. 2 Thessalonians 2:3. Let no man deceive you by any means. Exactly what I was praying about, just a different book. Well, same Bible, different book in the Bible. Oh, I just love God, because then I was about to look for Matthew 24, open my book, right to it, because that's God. That's my God. That's my Yahweh. That's how we roll. Now, keep in mind, guys, this was right after the apostles asked Jesus, what will the signs be when you come back? Y'all, this is by far, hands down, in my opinion, the verse that gets overlooked the most. It does not get the credit that it is due. And guys, we have to keep in mind when his apostles asked him, what are the signs, Yeshua? What will they know to look for when you come back? This is literally hands down the first thing out of his mouth. In my opinion, in my book, that means that's probably the most important line out of all of the signs he gives. Matthew 24:4. And Jesus answered and said unto them, take heed that no man deceive you. Do we remember, guys, in your school of Auntie Colette, what the Hebrew word for deceive is? Also the word for beguile? Yeah, that's NASA. The Hebrew word for deceive is NASA. Take heed that no man NASA you. Guys, NASA is a farce. There is a firmament above us, an impenetrable dome that separates the waters above from the waters below. There is no getting out. There is no getting in. And if somebody manages, like Elon Musk has been trying for so long, trust and believe that man is a genius. He knows what's above that firmament. He knows there's a firmament there. If somebody was ever successful in penetrating that firmament, we would be flooded. And the sun and the moon are firmly placed in the firmament. But my friends, that That sun outside of my window and yours, I hate to tell you, that sun is not our sun. As lightning cometh out of the east and shineth even to the west, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. For wheresoever the carcass is, there will the eagles be gathered together. Immediately after the tribulation of those days shall the sun be darkened, and the moon shall not give her light, and the stars shall fall from great heights, from heaven, and the powers of heavens shall be shaken. Y'all, do you realize when the eclipse occurred, it went immediately through Eagle Pass Landing in Texas, where the eagles gather? The sun shall be darkened, and the moon will not give its light. We saw some very cryptic, eerie, and sinister videos since the eclipse, during the eclipse, that people had taken. And one of them, my friends, it gave me more than shivers. It gave me answers that I'd been so desperately looking for. What if I were to tell you that that artificial sun that is right there, that you're seeing out your window, is hiding something behind it? Did you see my video during the eclipse day where I got onto my sky view and I was really confused because according to sky view, the moon itself was behind the sun just after the eclipse. Make that make sense. Here, look, because especially on an eclipse day, the math here, my friends, just is not mathing. You have the sun, the moon, and what they're trying to tell us is Mercury. But y'all, I have been using Skyview for years, maybe a decade. I don't know. And I can tell you one thing's for sure. Mercury, because I'm a Gemini, it's always been, but no longer is, always red. Red in the Skyview app, not this almost black. My friends, what you're seeing here is the artificial sun, the moon, and our sun, which is the black sun right now. And our sun that is being hidden by this artificial sun is still stuck in the eclipse. As you can see, the moon is in front of the sun. Y'all, we are in the 3 days of darkness. We just don't know it because, well, we have been NASA'd by man, deceived. That artificial sun that is giving off, well, what we all just assume was sunlight is hiding the truth of 3 days of darkness that we are now and currently in. Because that sun, our real sun, is still stuck in an eclipse. Our sun is black as sackcloth, and our moon is not giving its light. And that sun that you're looking at today isn't our sun at all. So I kept seeing these geometric signs, these hexagons. And even this morning, when I got this discernment about our sun, I was in the shower. I said, Abba, what is it? What am I feeling? Something is off. He said, my child, look down. And I did again. And there it was, my round metal shower drain with squares all around it, much like the hexagon pattern I saw in the hall. I went outside and I took a video of my sun, our sun, your sun. That's not our sun. I took a video of that globe up there that's burning bright. The imposter that is not our real sun. And y'all, when I tell you, I'm shook. No, I'm shook. But before I show you that, I want to show you this video from the eclipse, the one that gave me the answers I needed, the one that left everybody, I'm assuming, especially the person taking the video, completely in shock, awe, and utterly confused. This was directly during the eclipse, and the moon is now moving away. Guys, it is vital you watch what the moon does here.
Oh, wow. Whoa, look at that. What's that all about? What is that? Yeah, what is that?
That's right. You guys just saw that with your own eyes. Directly after the total eclipse, that moon or whatever it was moved away from the sun and slid behind it. Y'all, it wrapped around and slid behind it. It was like the moon had social anxiety. All the attention from the eclipse for the moon was just too much. He's like, peace out, I'm dipping behind you, which would explain why my sky view showed the sun in front of the moon after the eclipse. That is the artificial sun. Guys, this morning I woke up with the strongest discernment. Something about the sun is not real. So I went out and I took a video. I prayed. And like I said, I went to the Bible, but I was running late for an appointment. As I was there, I'm like, oh, I need to check out my videos. Oh, guys, what I found, I'm shook. I'm so glad I took screenshots of the video. This is my backyard. Here's the sun. And here's that ominous globe that we always get when we do videos, which is literally just a reflection of the sun that floats around, but it's a reflection of the exact sun. Imagine my shock and surprise when I zoomed in on it and I found this. Yeah, those are some whole ass geometric patterns. That is the reflection of that sun. As I was getting my nails done, I asked my niece, I'm going to zip back out and take some more pictures of the sun. Do you mind? She said, no, I'm curious now too. Check it out.
Bible prophecies are unfolding right before our eyes. The sun is black as sackcloth. The moon is not giving its light. We are still in a form of an eclipse. They don't want us to know because CERN harnesses the powers of the eclipse to open the key to the bottomless pit, to open the portal. NASA's mission, the APEP mission, during the eclipse to shoot a rocket, into the sun. Okay. APEP is the enemy of the sun disk, and his mission, his job is to, devour the sun. What a very strange, ominous name for a mission for NASA. It's all making sense. Here's one of the pictures I got of the sun and the sun glare. That is the sun's reflection. Okay. And that. I discovered something even more eerie. Not only is its reflection got those geometric shapes in it, so does the sun. Look close. I tinked around with the contrast and the brightness to show you, but look, guys, even the ray itself has these geometric shapes in it. But look, the entire sun is made up of them. Here's a closer, better view of it. You guys, that's what they're trying to make us believe is our sun. That is a whole ass artificial sun, and check out its reflection again. I put my eclipse glasses over my camera and took a video. Guys, watch this. Boom, it literally focuses in on these geometric shapes. Guys, this isn't one of those freak once-in-a-lifetime sightings where you might think, hey, is this a filter? Is she tricking us or not? No, I would truly tell you, go out and look for yourself. Get your camera, get your phone, and go look. Just like the solar simulator patented in the 1960s, artificial sun first used in 2017, also an eclipse year. I also noticed these really weird black smudges in all of the glares from the sun, like something is dirty. Look close, guys. I think I actually captured our sun in eclipse right behind it. Look at that right there. Do you see it? The ring around it and the black in the middle. I think that's our sun in the eclipse. We've been NASA'd.
Okay. Biblically speaking, it appears that she's on to something. Absolutely. All right. Mike Johnson set up a private classified briefing room, and inside members are being told that people are going to die if we don't pass FISA.
Oh, they're trying to instill fear in members, especially like our own speaker, Mike Johnson. They pull him in the room in a classified briefing and give him no proof, but try to tell him that Americans are going to die unless you reauthorize FISA, or people are going to die unless you do X, Y, Z. Here's the deal. I am completely against FISA, Steve. Kill FISA altogether. We do not need FISA. FISA is the tool of the deep state. And just because people think taking it from a 5-year to a 2-year makes this bill any better, it does not. Here's the deal. There's a carve out for members of Congress in there, Steve. That means that Congress has to be notified if a congressman is going to be spied on by FISA. But yet, are the American people notified? No, absolutely not. FISA is what was used to spy on the Trump campaign. It's what's been used to spy on hundreds of thousands of Americans, and the intel community wants it to continue. So my question for everyone at home is, do you trust the government? Do you actually trust the Department of Justice to police itself? Do you actually trust Biden's DOJ to hold Biden's FBI accountable? No, we don't trust any of it. And I'm really sick and tired of Republicans here in the House kicking the can down the road and saying, oh, well, when Trump comes back, Trump will fix it. Why don't Republicans fix it right now? That's what I want to see. I want to see a fight to actually do what we say we're going to do and stand up for the American people. I voted yes on the rule. I'm voting yes on the warrant requirement, and I am voting a big fat no on the FISA bill altogether. And that's exactly what we should be doing.
Yeah. All right. Mike Johnson betrays the United States of America. The amendment to require a warrant for the FBI to spy on Americans under FISA just failed, 212 to 212. Mike Johnson had the tie-breaking vote, and he voted against warrants. The blackmail runs deep. Yep. Yep. That was put out by Shadow of Ezra. All right. Like I said, this is how the Constitution dies. By a tie vote, the amendment require a warrant to spy on Americans goes down in flames. This is a sad day for America. The speaker doesn't always vote in the House, but he was the tiebreaker today. He voted against warrants. And that was put out by Thomas Massey. All right. Weird is an understatement. Watch out, East Coast.
I'm trying to document this very weird anomaly taking place on Ventu Sky. I don't know what this blob is here, but it's coming from what looks like Antarctica. If we backtrack a little bit, you're going to see it disappear and reappear on the screen. So we move into Monday the 8th, which was obviously 3 days ago. Watch as we move into Tuesday. This mass pops up with waves of 83.7 feet in height. What in God's name is this thing moving out of Antarctica, as you can see, and then it moves up the coast of Africa into the Atlantic Ocean. Watch this as we move into Wednesday the 10th, Thursday the 11th, which is today. This is going on right now. I don't know if these waves are actually hitting the coast or if this is some sort of glitch in the system, but I've never seen anything like this. This giant blob is showing 83.7 foot waves. This does not seem to be any sort of storm system. Let me zoom back out here. Let's move forward and see where this thing is projected to go. Watch this. Here's Friday the 12th tomorrow, moving more up the African coast. Here is Saturday the 13th. We can see it start to wrap around the northern western coast of Africa up into the Atlantic. Here is Sunday the 14th. Monday the 15th, we are in the Atlantic Ocean with waves of 62.1, 63 feet. This is just incredible. Here is Tuesday the 16th, and look, the entire thing is now in the Atlantic Ocean with averages of about 40 feet. There's 44, 33, 34.3. This is just very weird. What are we looking at here? Here's Wednesday the 17th, the last available data for this. And now we see the entire Atlantic Ocean, which, as we've discussed, is already months ahead of time as far as temperatures. And we're looking at this very odd anomaly coming out of Antarctica. Now watch, I'm going to backtrack. I'll show you where this thing begins. We'll go all the way back to Monday the 8th. This is where the anomaly begins, and sometimes it glitches out. It's very weird. Here's Tuesday the 9th, and there it is. Pops right up. It's almost like this thing shot out of Antarctica and up towards the African coast. And as we backtrack in hours, we go to 5 a.m., 8 a.m., 11 a.m., 2 p.m., 5 p.m., 8 p.m., and that's where it pops up between 5 and 8 p.m. This thing does not exist, and then it does exist on Tuesday the 9th at 8 p.m. After that, it just slowly moves up into the African coast. Here is the 10th once again, Thursday the 11th, Friday the 12th, Saturday the 13th, Sunday the 14th, Monday the 15th, and then Tuesday and Wednesday, this thing bleeds all the way into the Atlantic Ocean. My friends, what are we looking at here? I'll dig into this some more and bring you whatever information I come across. Here is a follow-up on this Antarctica anomaly. That's not the only thing going on. We also have a significant event going on the west coast of South America. I'm going to show you that in just a minute. But again, this is the anomaly here that came off of Antarctica. There's a theory that an iceberg may have released off the bottom of the ocean on this part of Antarctica and rose up to the sea surface, causing these anomalies to be picked up by Ventu Sky. Now, again, we can follow this thing all the way up into the Atlantic Ocean over the next 4 to 5 days. It's very, very weird. You can see it right here, 83.7 feet. And we'll come back to this, but look at what's going on in South America. And I want you to look at this here. This is our National Data Buoy Center. This measures tsunami buoys, big waves, earthquakes, things like that.
I'm back with you. I think. We'll find out here in a minute, I guess. Overheated again on a different computer this time. And we'll see if we can keep this going. We will see. Yeah, it's spinning. What's spinning? I'm spinning. I shouldn't be spinning. If I'm spinning, I must be getting dizzy. Okay. Okay. So we were about. Okay. All right. Let me get this back up. Let's keep going. We'll see how long this lasts.
Measures tsunami buoys, big waves, earthquakes, things like that, and it shows us what's going on with our buoys. If we click this one right here, you can see the information is showing that just overnight last night into the morning of the 11th, this buoy dropped over 2,000 meters, almost as if it snapped off the buoy and the sensor dropped to the sea floor. But keep in mind, this is right off the coast of South America. And if we go ahead and look at the wave height for this area, obviously we have the anomaly coming off Antarctica, but then over here, there's not much going on where this buoy went off. In fact, it's about right in this area here. We do have a little bit of upper waves here, 10.5 feet, nothing to be scared over. But what caused that buoy to drop out of nowhere over 2,000 meters? That's another thing I don't think I've ever seen before. I'm always checking out these buoys. Every hurricane, every earthquake, I come right here to check them. And now this one is the one right here, right where we just checked the wave heights, which is about 10.5 feet, a drop of over 2,000 meters. That's insane. That's almost a complete fail of the buoy. I'm surprised it's even in event mode and not taken offline completely. But there is some weird stuff going on in the South Pacific and the South Atlantic Oceans right now. Both are very close to the continent of Antarctica. And I gotta say, this is just something I've never seen before. This mass moving off of the coast of Antarctica, possibly a big iceberg. And this is the forecast of waves that are going to be caused by it. If there is any truth to this, this is something to keep an eye on. I think it's something that's interesting regardless of whether it actually takes place or not, because we're looking at the 15th, 16th, and 17th here, and we can't even forecast weather that far ahead of time. So to see these waves in the Atlantic like this probably won't happen exactly like this, but the fact that it's being picked up and the fact that it was seen by this website right here, this dense anomaly that definitely came off the coast of Antarctica. All right, my friends, what is going on? And just to verify, the only earthquakes that have taken place within this area near Argentina was a 4.3 earlier today. Nothing even close enough to cause a buoy to drop nearly 2,000 meters. All right, my friends, I appreciate you all. Keep an eye on the X channel. I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Bye-bye.
Yeah, this guy puts out some pretty good information. I've watched a few of his things. Jack Straw says, breaking news, Planned Parenthood faces a $1.8 billion federal trial for selling baby parts. Yeah. Michelle, you're on drugs. You need to stop. Okay. The pot that you're smoking must be really, really good, because it's just, I don't know what's wrong with you. This is where we are right now. Champagne Josie says the FBI's head of diversity canceled an invited guest speech because of her political views, or political opinions, I should say. Let's take a listen.
I became American last year.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And then Oscar Intelligence was saying, no, you're their responsibility. I'm sure FBI gonna protect you.
Sure.
So when they reached out to me to come give a speech, I was excited. I was like, finally they're gonna protect me. And then 2 days before my speech, the head of diversity calls me.
The head of diversity?
Yeah.
At the FBI?
Yeah. And then
Great.
she says, like, we have to answer your speech.
Yeah.
And why?
You're not diverse enough?
And then she's like, yeah, because of your political opinions. And this is so funny. And in my American interview, citizenship interview, my interviewer asking me this exact question. Have you ever persecuted anybody for their political opinion? You know, if you said yes, you cannot become American.
But you can become FBI.
Exactly. These people should be stripped their American citizen right now. I became American last year.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. Yep. DEI everywhere. Jim Brewer Talks about what happened to Spell. Does this surprise any of you? This is a conversation with him and Roseanne Barr, two of our favorites, of course.
What happened between you two? Did you fall out? Or did you just go different ways?
No. We I think different ways, but I'll put something out there that I don't know if when we were filming a movie, and he also had a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
From HBO and or not HBO, Comedy Central, and all this shit, right?
The worst bunch of people on earth.
Horrid.
Mm-hmm.
He then, while he was on the show, when it was blowing up, and we remember the Aspen Comedy Festival? I don't know.
Yeah, that was fun. I did that too.
He came there, and he was freaked out.
Yeah.
I said, "What's going on?" And all I could say is he was visited.
Yeah, that's what I think too.
And when he told me who visited him, my heart stops for a second. I'm like, get the fuck. And I'll never forget, he went, "You believe me, right? You believe me, Jim, right?" And I could, he's like, "They came to me." And he said the names. I'm like, get the fuck. And what happened? And then all of a sudden he went,
yeah, that's what I remember happening. But they never really said what happened. Were you threatened? I mean, I don't know how much you want.
I don't have.
You can't.
That's none of my business.
Okay.
But I know for a fact.
He was corrected.
He said, correct.
Yeah.
He was, hey, by whoever it was.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, we need to have a conversation. Would you like some of your own coffee in your house? What? Yeah, like that heavy shit. And that's the first time, I would. And so when I saw him come back, it was a lot less communication. And maybe he just, maybe he just grows, whatever. But I can honestly say, and maybe I'm crazy and I am crazy for saying this.
Mm-hmm.
When I saw him completely come back, I really questioned if that was him.
Yeah, I know, right? I think that's.
And I know that's really crazy.
I think those same things, yeah.
I know that's crazy.
Oh, it's no crazier than that. Oh, the trains are going off the rails.
I tell you what, these fucking boats are running into bridges. Son of a bitch, the goddamn fucking electricity went out, and let me get you know what? The black box don't work. Son of a bitch, it's been working for years and years, and all of a sudden this fucker went out of business. We don't know what happened. All we know is the fucking ship. Yeah. Whoopsie daisy. Okay, aliens in the mall. Can we go to aliens?
Okay, let's go to aliens in Miami walking around the mall. Come on, Roger. Can we get another bombing somewhere?
Oh, Jim Brewer. He's funny. Roseanne, too. Two real good. Illuminati says Joe Biden drops out of presidential race 1987 to 1988 because of plagiarism and over-exaggerated academic records. I remember
Senator Joseph Biden dropped out of the hunt today, saying the disclosures about his plagiarism in law school and his exaggerations about his academic record made it impossible for him to continue.
I do it with incredible reluctance, and it makes me angry. I'm angry with myself for having been put myself in the position of having to make this choice.
The Delaware Democrat is the second candidate to be forced from the race by questions of character and integrity. Senator Joseph Biden dropped out of the hunt today, saying the disclosure.
Yep. All right. Libs of TikTok. Holy smoke, CNN guest says the black community felt represented by O.J. Simpson because he killed white people.
But it was so racially charged because of what had happened just before with Rodney King, but also just how Black Americans feel about policing. It's not like O.J. Simpson was the leader of the civil rights movement of his era. You know, he wasn't a social justice leader, but he represented something for the Black community in that moment, in that trial, particularly because there were two white people who had been killed, and the history around how Black people have been persecuted during slavery. There were just so many layers. And I guess I would just close with this, is that there was racial tension then, there is racial tension now. It might not be the backdrop of the Trump campaign, but until this country is ready to actually have an honest conversation about the racial dynamics from our origin story till today, we will always have moments like O.J. Simpson that manifest, and our country will always be divided if we don't actually deal with the issue of race. But it was so racially charged because of what had happened just before with Rodney King, but also just how Black Americans feel about policing. It's not like O.J. Simpson was the leader of the civil rights movement of his era. You know, he wasn't a social justice leader, but he represented something for the Black community in that moment, in that trial, particularly because there were two white people who had been killed, and the history around how Black people have been persecuted during slavery. There were just so many layers. And I guess I would just close with this, is that there was racial tension then, there is racial tension now. It might not be the backdrop of the Trump campaign, but until this country is ready to actually have an honest conversation about the racial dynamics from our origin story till today, we will always have moments like O.J. Simpson that manifest, and our country will always be divided if we don't actually deal with the issue of race.
I don't think people can get any more ignorant. All right. So update on Clinton Airport executive Brian Malinowski. Unfortunately, he passed away, and his warrant was for illegal firearms sales. I'm going to pull this up, play this.
We have an update. Bill and Hillary Clinton National Airport executive Brian Malinowski is currently on life support after a wild shootout with ATF. Apparently, the warrant that they stormed his house for was alleged illegal firearm sales, which you're like, okay, maybe, but like, it's not what you think it is. So according to the heavily redacted warrant affidavit that was released yesterday, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives said that Malinowski had bought 150 firearms between May of 2021 and February of 2024, but then he resold them without a license. Given the nature of the storming of his home, you would think he would have sold them to the Taliban, but that's not what he did at all. He would buy the firearms through legal means and then check the box on the purchase form to say they were for himself. And then he would turn around and he would resell them 24 hours later at firearms show where he maintained a table through private sales. Family is stating that this is almost impossible to understand. The statement also expressed concerns about the allegations in the affidavit and said that even if it were true, it didn't justify the use of deadly force, which again, they stormed his house at 6 o'clock in the morning. They kicked the door in full riot gear to serve this warrant, reportedly, which Malinowski freaked out and grabbed his weapon and returned fire. Now, there is another note that the weapons that he was selling, about a half a dozen of those were found being linked to a crime, and undercover federal agents bought 3 more from Malinowski at an Arkansas firearms show. What crime? Like, what crime were they a part of? And why are undercover agents buying firearms from him at a legal gun show? None of this makes sense. Now, unfortunately, we'll never really know from Malinowski, at least, because he passed away yesterday and many people aren't buying. I'm not even sure that I'm buying this. More to come if there is more, but it doesn't sound like there will be.
All right. So now let's get back to what Huckabee has to say.
Agents of the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Agency, ATF, went to the home of Brian Malinowski, the executive director of the Little Rock, Arkansas airport, and as such, happens to be the highest paid city employee in Little Rock. The agents arrived at his home in 10 separate vehicles at 6 a.m., an hour before sunup. They came to his personal home in one of the nicest neighborhoods in all of Little Rock. We were able to exclusively obtain the video. This is from a neighbor's security camera of the police vehicles arriving. No one has seen this before other than the family. We also obtained from the Malinowski family the video from their Ring doorbell camera, which you're seeing now. After covering up his Ring doorbell, they proceeded to break down his front door and entered his home. Mr. Malinowski and his wife were startled by the noise, as you could imagine, as well as the intrusion. Mr. Malinowski grabbed a pistol that he kept by his bed and went into the hallway where he saw several individuals in the darkness. He fired at their feet. They, in turn, fired at him, striking him in the head, even as his wife was only a couple of steps behind. He died from the gunshots. I am as supportive as I can be of law enforcement. I back the blue. And I give benefit of the doubt to the police officer when one is accused of wrongdoing. Let's be honest, their job is a difficult and a dangerous one. But incidences like this are deeply disturbing and demand transparency and answers. And the answers have not been forthcoming. The federal agents were not there to arrest him. No charges against him had been filed. They were there to execute a search warrant. They ended up executing a citizen in his own home. According to an affidavit, which was the basis of the search warrant and the search warrant itself, which are the only items that have been released to the public, Mr. Malinowski was suspected of violating the so-called gun show loophole, which allows private citizens to sell or buy firearms to other private citizens for their own personal use. And in that application, a federal firearms license is not required unless the person is acting as an actual dealer. But where that line is has never been defined in the law and is purely subjective. Malinowski was a gun and coin collector hobbyist. He regularly attended gun shows and set up a table to buy and sell guns and coins. The ATF had placed a tracker on his vehicle. They even went undercover to his table to try and purchase firearms from him. But on March the 19th, he had not been accused or charged with any crime of any kind. One of the attorneys who served as chief legal counsel for me when I was governor was later a U.S. attorney. He's now representing the Malinowski family to get answers regarding the armed raid on the home at 6 a.m. that resulted in his fatal shooting. The ATF has been strangely silent in all of this. Body cameras are required to be worn by agents in such a raid, but no footage has been released. In fact, no footage has even been acknowledged to exist. Were they wearing the required body cameras? Did they announce their presence prior to breaking down the door and entering? Did they give an adequate amount of time for the person inside to respond before breaking down the door, which is required under such circumstances? Why didn't they simply stop him as he backed out of his driveway or even find him at work? It's in a very public place, and he's a very public person. And why 6 a.m. when it was still dark and the occupants of the home were likely asleep? It was a search warrant, not an arrest warrant. And why were 10 police vehicles and multiple agents needed to search his home, and for what were they searching? The federal agencies have failed to provide any answers that his family and, frankly, the public have a right to know. I want to be on the side of law enforcement. I want officers and agents to take every measure to protect themselves. But should law enforcement escalate a search warrant to the level of a hostage rescue? And is there a trend to use excessive force to carry out legitimate law enforcement duties, perhaps as a way to intimidate people with a show of force that is more a military action than a police action? Right here on this show, we've talked with Peter Navarro, a 74-year-old economist who was arrested at the door of an airplane that he was boarding in Washington to travel to Nashville in order to appear on our show. He lives 50 yards from the front door of the FBI. So why did they wait until he was at the airplane boarding door to publicly arrest him, handcuff him, and put him in leg shackles? Just last week, Steve Baker, a journalist with Blaze TV, was on this show. He told of his arrest, bound in leg irons, all of this happening 3 years after he covered the January 6 riots at the Capitol. You may remember a few weeks ago, we had Paul Vaughn on the show, a father of 6. And he came to describe his arrest at 7 o'clock in the morning at his home when 4 cars of federal agents arrived at his home and handcuffed him in front of his children. What did he do? He prayed and sang in protest at an abortion clinic near Nashville some 3 years earlier. Tonight, I call on the ATF and the Department of Justice to provide answers as to why people are having their homes raided by SWAT teams for the mere suspicion of process or paperwork crimes. And what is the justification to break down a door at 6 a.m. and shoot a citizen in the head? And did the agents themselves follow the law that requires body cameras, an announcing of their presence and their intention? If so, release the video. And if not, why not? Who will be held accountable? If you haven't done it recently, read the Bill of Rights. It wasn't written to give the government the right to break into your home and shoot you. Every single one of the amendments constituting the Bill of Rights explicitly limits the government in order to protect your freedom. And some people at the highest levels of the federal government need to read the Bill of Rights very carefully, and they need to obey them, or else they are the ones who need to have their homes raided before daylight and marched off in shackles.
All right. That was Governor Mike Huckabee. SDN9, the more you know. Donald Trump's attorney, Alina Habba, is the daughter of Chancellor for the U.S. branch of Knights of Malta, a secretive militant arm of the Catholic Church which participated in the Crusades and helped expand the military enforcement ability of the Vatican cabal for over 700 years. Other prominent U.S. Knights of Malta members include Eric Prince, Leonard Leo, Rupert Murdoch, Phyllis Schlafly, close associate of General Mike Flynn's mother, Helen, William Casey, Reagan CIA director and founder of the Manhattan Institute. Additionally, multiple mass murderers have signaled to the Knights of Malta in manifestos, like the Church Christ Killer, Brenton Tarrant, including inscriptions to the Knights of Malta on his shotgun. Governance pursuant to the bylaws of the sub-priory and consistent with the Constitution and the Code of the Lords is governed by the regent, who is assisted by a council. The council consists of, and then it gives you, and here's her father, Saeed F. Habba, MD, GCM, so on and so forth. Alina Habba, fathers, Janan Habba and Saeed. Meet them, the parents of Donald Trump's attorney, Alina Habba. Who are they? What's their ethnicity? Are they still married? What are their jobs? Find out more as this article proceeds. And so far, there hasn't proceeded. We'll see what happens. Okay, that was us. I was thinking that I had another Mike Huckabee there, and I was like, I didn't remember that. Ben Bergquam, Real America's Voice, breaking back at the Reynosa Hidalgo port of entry and more shocking proof of Joe Biden and the Democrats' invasion. Here we go.
Every single day, up to 500,000 a year now. This is happening. CBP1, right here. Holy cow, it's long. CBP1, Haiti? Haiti? Okay. Haiti? CBP1? Okay. ¿De dónde son? Cuba. Cuba? Huh? Honduras? Okay. Cuba? Okay. Haiti? CBP1, huh? Haiti? Venezuela? CBP1? Haiti? Haiti? Venezuela? Haiti? Haiti. ¿De dónde son? Venezuela. Venezuela? 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 ¿De dónde son? Venezuela? Venezuela. Venezuela, ¿ah? ¿Tú? México. México. ¿Qué parte? Michoacán. Michoacán? Cuba. Venezuela, huh? Mexico? ¿Qué parte? ¿Ah? Haiti? Haiti?
Hay algunas personas que tienen 4 días, 3 días, 2 días.
¿Aquí?
Sí.
4 o 3 días aquí?
Sí. 4 días.
Wow. 7 en Reynosa? Okay. ¿Mesas o días?
Meses.
Mesas. Haiti? 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 Where are you from? Haiti? 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 China?
No, Kyrgyzstan.
Kyrgyzstan. You're from Kyrgyzstan. Wow. Long journey. How did you come here? What countries?
What countries? Many countries to Mexico City. Mexico City. Airport.
You flew into Mexico City? Okay. Are you by yourself? ¿De dónde son?
Honduras.
Honduras, okay. ¿Tú?
México.
México, ¿qué parte?
Guerrero. Guerrero.
Guerrero, okay. Haiti? You from Haiti? Okay. ¿De dónde son?
Honduras.
Honduras? ¿Tú?
Haiti.
Haiti?
Tres.
3 días aquí, right here. 3 días. So they're saying they've been here for 7 months, but they've actually been on this part right here for 3 days. 3 days, just waiting for CBP1. This line is, I've never seen it like this. Incredible. Where are you from? ¿De dónde son?
México.
México, ¿qué parte?
Guanajuato.
¿Ah?
León, Guanajuato.
¿Cuántos días tú? ¿Aquí? 4. Aquí. Crazy. Loco. ¿De dónde son? Michoacán, okay. Heading into America. What's the line over there? You come over here, you've got more. All lined up. ¿De dónde son? ¿Chiapas? ¿Ah? Durango? México? All Mexico. México? All Mexico. Okay. ¿Cuántos días aquí?
Tercer día.
3? 3 días, okay. Crazy, man. There it is. There's Joe Biden's destruction of America. It's not stopping. The world has the memo. Kyrgyzstan. That's insane. This is just insane. So I just spoke to Border Patrol, actually Customs and Border Protection, as I was coming out. Come to find out, the folks that were waiting there 3 and 4 days on the bridge don't have an appointment, apparently. But they just wait there. I guess Mexico just lets them wait there. Everyone else that has an appointment, they're bringing them through. But they've already been waiting there in Mexico for 7 months. So I guess they've just said, we're just going to wait on the bridge indefinitely until we get our appointments, trying to cut the line of the other 10,000 people that are waiting in Reynosa. So it's just a total cluster by Joe Biden and the Democrats. And it's not stopping. CBP1 isn't stopping. Every single day they're letting 1,500 people through, 500,000 people a year, plus the people that they're allowing in illegally, plus the people that they're flying in directly so that you don't see it. That's Joe Biden's America. President Trump, 2024, MAGA, 2024. That's the only way we stop this.
Yeah, that was Ben Berkwam. Katie Hopkins got something to say.
Breaking news here in batshit bonkers Britain, where my voice makes me sound like I've been on RuPaul's Drag Race after 180 cigarettes. First up, Joe Wicks has sent Twitter into a meltdown by suggesting ADHD is caused by donuts and pizza. It may be a good lesson, Joe, for you in staying in your lane, which is essentially doing brilliant exercise routines during lockdown whilst having great hair and quite a hot six-pack. In other news, J.K. Rowling continues to be a force of nature, showing that she has bigger balls than most of the trans men who are masquerading as women, and is calling out those little egotistical actors that she made famous but disowned her because they thought they'd be better off siding with the trans mafia. Well done, J.K. Rowling, and thank the Lord for you. And finally, if my voice will hold out, O.J. Simpson is dead. We can thank him, I think, for his recent state injectable advice, because that obviously worked out well for him. AP News said, millionaire and legendary sportsman and actor O.J. Simpson dies. Funny how they talk about him with much more respect than they ever did President Trump. That's it. Batshit bonkers Britain.
She is funny. She is funny. All right. Memphis, Tennessee. 2 officers wounded, 1 dead after thugs opened fire on them. No national media coverage like Dexter Reed or Kenneth Knox.
A total of 3 officers were struck by gunfire. Tragically, one of our officers lost his life. That officer is Joseph McKinney. He was assigned to the range station, Alpha Shift. The second officer was brought here to Regional 1, but thankfully, he has been upgraded to non-critical condition and he's doing well. The third officer was treated on the scene and is in stable condition. One suspect was 18 years old and the other suspect is 17 years old. Both suspects were transported to Regional 1 in critical condition. Both of them sustained gunfire as well. One suspect has been pronounced deceased. The 18-year-old suspect was arrested in March 2024 by MPD in a stolen vehicle with an illegal modified semi-automatic weapon with a Glock switch attached. The Glock switch converted the weapon to a fully automatic machine gun. He was also charged at that time for 2 stolen vehicles and having a programming device commonly used to steal cars. The suspect was released at that time without bond. We have notified the district attorney's office to assist in.
There's the officer who died. There's the young man who killed him. Yep. All right. Breaking Representative Andy Biggs' Arizona FISA amendment, which would have added a warrant requirement to the FISA process before the government could spy on you, just failed after a vote in Congress. The Uniparty hates you. This is all about spying on Trump and his campaign in 2024. Yep. All right. Mickey Larson says, I love stories like this.
Excuse me, ma'am. Hi, sorry to bother you. It's super embarrassing. You wouldn't happen to have like $5 on you, or even a couple of bucks? I just wanted to grab something to eat at one of the fast food restaurants. Like, I didn't know if you might have any money on you. If you do, that'd be. I've been asking everybody. Everybody's been turning me down. So, thank you so much. I appreciate it. That's so nice of you. Like, wow, that's really nice. Like, I'm a complete stranger. Why would you decide to help me?
You know, it was my last $5, but
Wait, that was your last $5?
yeah.
Oh, wow.
You know, you look like you could use it right now more than me. At least I have some.
So, like, you bought groceries and then you had $5 left over and you decided to just give it to someone you don't even know who I am. That is really nice of you. So, here's the thing. Since you did something nice for me, can I do something nice for you in return? Okay, so here's the thing. I have this here. There's a bunch of cups here, and there's different things under the cups. Go ahead, just pick one. Just pick one of the cups. That one there? There's nothing? What's in there? What's in that? There's $200. There's $200 in there. Hey, I'll tell you what. That one had $200, but these other ones could potentially have more. So yeah. So here's the thing. I'll give you a choice. You could keep the $200, which is totally fine, or if you put the $200 back, you got a shot to take another one and you can get more. What do you think? You could use more? Okay, go ahead. Put the $200 back. Let's give it a shot. Go ahead. Pick another one. That one? Okay, let's see. What's under there? What's in there? How much is it? Let me see. $10.
I'm so grateful. It's double
Hey,
what I had.
no. Hey, listen, there's more cups. You don't have to stop at 10. There's more. Yeah, that's okay. Go ahead. Hey, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more cups. So that one there. What do you got? How much is there?
Ooh, I doubled up.
You doubled up. It's $20. Look at that. Well, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 more cups. So do you want to keep playing? You want to keep that 20? Like you started out with 200.
I'm
so
feeling lucky today.
you feel lucky?
Let's go with this.
That one. What's in there? How much is there? What's that? It's $100. Now here's the thing: you can totally keep that 100. It's 100 less than what you started out with, but there's also another cup here, another one here, and another one there. So there's 3 cups. So do you want to keep the 100, or do you want to keep playing?
You said there's more.
There
so
could
I
be
think
more.
I'm gonna put it back.
Okay. This one here. Let's see what's in there.
Oh, man.
How much? What's there? Let me see it. Only $1. Hey, but you don't have to stop. There's still 2 more cups. There's still 2 more cups that are upside down. So go ahead. That one there. What's in there? What do you got there? There's $500. Yeah, that's for you. Now here's the thing. Now, if you want, you can keep that 500, but there's still 1 more cup. Do you want to trade that in?
I don't know if I get stuck with $5.
Hey, it could be more. It could go a long way. Well, here's the thing: if that was your last $5 and the 500 could go a long way, but I'm gonna do something here. I'm gonna just ask you to trust me, okay? I'm gonna ask you to trust me, and I'm gonna ask you to just go ahead, put that 500 back in, and go ahead and take that last one, pick it up. Yeah, just trust me here for a second. What's in there? How much is there?
Oh my God.
Is $1,000? You know, you did something really nice for me, and you gave me your last $5. I have one question. What do you plan on? It's $1,000. I know you weren't expecting it, but you know, kind people, good things happen to kind people, and you gave me your last $5, and it came right back around full circle to you with that 1,000. So, what do you plan on doing with that $1,000?
I could use this for rent, honestly.
For rent?
I'm behind on a couple bills and maybe even a car.
A car? You could use that for a car. You could definitely get a car for $1,000. Yeah. Is this what you're riding?
It's what I got. It's my old reliable.
You're all reliable. Well, I'll tell you what. Here's the thing. Maybe $1,000 might not be enough for a car. It might be enough for a down payment for a car, but there's other things that you might need to get for the car, like insurance and stuff like that. So I'll tell you what. You keep that $1,000, and how much did you have beforehand? It was $500.
Oh yes, sir.
It was $500 originally. Well, here, I'm going to give you that $500 back. That's for you. So now you got $1,500 altogether. So you could go ahead. You could get a car. You could get some insurance on it. Do you drive?
I haven't driven in a year.
Hey, well, now you can. You have an amazing day. God bless.
Sometimes you just don't know what to say. Cat Turd says this Democrat cheating has got to stop or our country is finished. Wall Street Babes put out 2024 will be the most rigged election in history. Illegal immigrants being sent to Wisconsin, and on their website it says free ID for voting.
Hi, good evening, everybody. I hope that you are doing well today. The reason I bring up this little green screen is because a little bird told me to look into this, a friend of mine. And I wanted to bring it to your attention. So as we know, they've been shipping a lot of illegal people all over the country. and they're bringing them into Wisconsin now. This says free ID for voting. Get an ID for voting, even if you do not have the documentation to get a regular Wisconsin ID. This is on Wisconsin.'s website, okay? I'm going to show you something else. Let's really look at number 3 here. If you don't have all or any of these, you can still get an ID for voting. I'm willing to bet that the blue people are giving them hunties to vote blue. If this isn't election interference that's going on in the United States right now, and this is one state, you can look this up, honey, Wisconsin.com. I don't know what is. I don't know what is. Wake up.
Yep, there's kind of stuff going on everywhere. All right. And here is a former employee of each one of the little dots in the Fannie Willis turns whistleblower, drops evidence to House Republicans. Fannie Bang Bang Willis fornicates on taxpayers' expense. Oh, boy.
Is this, like on this vote right here, we've got this exact same little tail that shows on both of them. And if you don't, and if you think that maybe that's, if you think that maybe that's just a, a mistake or just a coincidence, here's the next one that shows, you can see Republican is written there, Republicans written there. This is ballot 61. This is ballot number 2. And then each one of them even has this little dot in the Fannie Willis.
Okay, and do you have more of those?
We have the entire batch. There's 62 images in here total, and I didn't even get a chance to go through all of them. But these are the most obvious ones where it's clear that it's the same. This one's got the little tail on the side.
And so what happened? So do you know the numbers of these total batches? Like,
I don't remember what the totals were when the batches. I don't think they weren't disparate. They were fairly close. But the simple fact that they
so if
occurred.
you see that little bubble right there, this is one image. Here's another image.
Exactly
the exact same. And the batch number was it 5162?
Also, scanner 5162.
Okay, scanner.
Batch number 235, image number 92, matches the same scanner 5162, batch 234, image 33.
So there you have it. Duplicate ballots. The entire batch is scanned several times.
One moment, Judge. I'm sorry, the statement, just so I make sure I accurately quote you. What you said was you won't sleep with people who work under you. Do you not consider Mr. Wade working under you?
I consider Mr. Wade to be an agent.
An agent?
Yeah. An appointee is what I really were thinking.
One moment, Judge. I'm sorry, the statement, just so I make sure I accurately quote you. What you said was you won't sleep with people who work under you. Do you not consider Mr. Wade working under you?
I consider Mr. Wade to be an agent.
An agent?
Yeah. An appointee is what I really were thinking.
So your office objected to us getting Delta records for flights that you may have taken with Mr. Wade.
And, well, no. I object to you getting records. You've been intrusive into people's personal lives. You're confused. You think I'm on trial. These people are on trial for trying to steal an election in 2020. I'm not on trial, no matter how hard you try to put me on trial.
So my question was, so your office objected to us getting Delta records for.
Yep. I have a feeling it's all going to catch up with her in the end. Yep. FBI just showed up at a Trump supporter's home in California and harassed him for no reason that they'd admit on camera. These are the thugs who Speaker Johnson wants to give more power to. Outrageous. Defund the FBI.
This is David from the Sacramento FBI.
What is it?
Looking to talk to David.
For what?
Hoping he can help us with someone he met online.
All right. Yeah, I'm still gonna record. Yeah. What is it? What is it concerning?
I'll tell you if you turn it off.
I'm not gonna turn it off. So.
Okay, the person we're here to talk about, I can't say on camera.
Okay,
But it's
well
not
then,
about you.
Okay, well then I can't. I'm not gonna speak. You're not gonna say it on camera.
What have you been up to?
None of your business.
You're refusing the interview?
Yeah, thanks.
Bye now. Yep. All right. Okay. Nick Alviar says, appreciate y'all men out there who face the fight each day. We appreciate women also, and there will be a women's appreciation post soon. This post is for the men who keep fighting and don't get the appreciation they deserve. You are doing it right. Let me tell you.
Soul killing for a lot of men. Every time a man steps out his front door, he takes damage. It's part of being a man, and you have to go out into the world. You trade your innocence for experience as a man, and you have to. There's no value as a man being innocent. You have to be experienced. And the reason why that's so important is not for the man, it's so that he can protect the innocence of those who are on his watch. So often what men do goes unrecognized, unappreciated, and is even criticized and attacked. And yet so many men still show up every day. They keep the world turning. They take care of their families. They stand their watch. I just think that because there's such a lack of appreciation and gratitude for that, that it's soul killing for a lot of men. A lot of men go through life doing exactly what they should be doing, fighting the good fight, wrestling with their demons, wrestling with their insecurities, all the while trying to take care of the people they're responsible for, step up and be a good person, and they just keep getting kicked in the teeth for it. That's why I think people say men die at 30 and are buried at 80.
All right. Okay. Benny Johnson says, Jim Jordan, it's not complicated. If you want to spy on Americans, you need to get a warrant.
The Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board, created by the 9/11 Commission Act of 2007, says that our amendment is consistent with what should happen. Our amendment is consistent with the majority recommendation of that board. This is this was a board specifically created to protect Americans' liberties, looking at how the intelligence community operates by the 9/11 Commission Act of 2007. And they say this amendment, the majority of that board said this amendment is what needs to happen. The Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board created by...
Yeah. Intrusive. Yeah. Okay, if you thought the perverts at Planet Fitness were only exposing their genitals in the women's bathroom, think again. They are also exposing themselves on workout floors too. Planet Fitness is a safe haven for perverts and predators. Why does Planet Fitness tolerate this? And obviously there's some images there that shouldn't be. All right. Carly Boone says this right here.
Hillary Clinton is one of the most disgusting human beings on the planet. Very much so. Always has been, always will be. I want to show who she is. She's worse than her husband. So a lot of people say that this was triggered by a YouTube video. This is her statement. I condemn in the strongest terms the attack on our mission in Benghazi today. The United States deplores any intentional effort to denigrate the religious beliefs of others. Our commitment to religious tolerance goes back to the very beginning of our nation. But let me be clear, there's never any justification for violence acts of this kind. So she's making an apology. Yeah. She's taken the side. Oh, yeah. This is the first time since 1979 that a U.S. ambassador was killed in the line of duty. The Benghazi attack had wide political consequences, accusing the Obama administration of intentionally misleading the public and stonewalling congressional investigators. Hillary Clinton, the Secretary of State at the time, for not doing enough to protect the diplomatic compound. And that's been an ongoing, thing ever since.
And let me remind you of this.
Good morning. I'm here to give you an update on the FBI's investigation of Secretary Clinton. What I want to do is tell you what we're recommending. But first, let me tell you what we found. 110 emails in 52 email chains have been determined to contain classified information.
What difference at this point does it make?
8 of those chains are top secret, 36 of those chains secret, and 8 contain confidential information.
What difference at this point does it make?
Everything I did was admitted. There was no law, no regulations.
Secretary Clinton should have known that an unclassified system was no place for that conversation.
I did not email any classified material to anyone on my email.
None of these emails should have been on any kind of unclassified system, not even Gmail.
But first of all, nothing was marked classified.
To the contrary.
Nothing was marked classified.
There is evidence.
Nothing was marked classified.
Now let me tell you what we found.
Oh my gosh.
110 emails.
It was not the best choice.
52 email chains.
It was a mistake.
Have been determined to contain classified information.
What difference at this point does it make?
8 of those chains are top secret.
Wasn't the best choice.
36 of those chains
I said it was a mistake.
8 contain confidential information.
What difference at this point does it
With
make?
respect to our recommendation, this is going to be an unusual statement in at least a couple of ways. Although there is evidence, our judgment is that no reasonable prosecutor would bring such a case. I know there will be intense public debate. I know there will be intense public debate. I know there will be intense public debate. What difference at this point does it make? 110 emails.
It wasn't the best choice.
52 email chains.
I made a mistake.
Have been determined to contain classified information.
What difference at this point does it make?
8 of those chains are top
It was not a good choice.
6 of those chains
I said it was a mistake.
and 8 contain confidential information.
What difference at this point does it make?
Yep. All right. Moving on. Concerned citizen to the BBC. The British public do not trust you anymore.
Today, we exposed the BBC with thousands of people outside their offices in Manchester. The British public do not
believe that was Tony Robinson or Tommy Robinson, something like that. What's his name? Tommy what? Is it Robinson? What's this? Let me check something here real quick, guys.
Up until now, which he did about 36 post the election. I have never seen the crowds be as big at that moment. Joe Biden could not draw a crowd at Waffle House if he's giving away free coffee. He could not fill a middle school gymnasium in hula hoops. They were all standing 6 feet apart in hula hoops. The support was not there for Joe Biden. Meanwhile, President Trump is filling up arenas. President Trump is filling up airport fields, runways, tens of thousands of people screaming, lining the streets wherever he goes. Joe Biden, not so much. So when the election happened, you have to ask yourself, what happened? How in the world does Joe Biden get more votes than President Trump? It's impossible. It's impossible. We know exactly how many discrepancies we had. And thank goodness, I feel like in each of those states, they have done something to correct some of those procedures that were put in place because of COVID. So as we go forward to 2024 and alongside this committee that they'll be discussing election integrity, that some of those questions and some of those things that may not have been answered have been resolved. And so Speaker Johnson, President Trump, in regards to the Homeland Security and the Oversight Committee, some of that will be taken care of. So it's about 4:52. I was just checking some notes to make sure that we're on time there. Double box there, a live look at Mar-a-Lago on that. One of the things that has really been on Americans' minds. So when I go out to these rallies, I talk to all the supporters and they say, look, the border should be the number one issue that President Trump addresses on day one. Close the border. We all know the fallout from the border, right? And we kind of know now one of the reasons why they have let so many people come into this country, because they're trying to register as many Democrats as they can. And we've seen the footage on the border. We've seen Bill Malugin of Fox News ask people, they've asked people, why are you coming over here? Who told you to come? Who are you going to vote for? They're not saying President Trump. They're saying Joe Biden. That's who told them to come. So you have to say, okay, well, if he's coming over here and they say they're going to vote for Joe Biden, then that's probably what the Democrats are going to make sure that they're able to do. And by this latest report of these Social Security numbers that have been issued out to these illegals without any proof of ID, they've been issued Social Security numbers to register to vote. And in Texas, to have, just checking the total, over 220,000 new registered voters in 1 week. Now, if you say, Brian, that Texas is a big state. Okay, that doesn't surprise me. So what does the other states look like? Well, states like California, New Mexico, Florida, Vermont, New Hampshire, South Carolina, they may only have a couple hundred new voters in a week register. But Texas has over 220,000. That tells me that they are registering illegals to vote in this country. And if you look at the margin of victory between Ted Cruz and Beto O'Rourke, old Beto there, it was not that much. A couple 100,000 votes separated that Senate race. President Trump, 600,000+ votes separated Biden from Trump's votes. So their attempt to flip Texas is very realistic in this, if indeed this report is accurate. And I don't know, I can't find any other reason why a documented, registered number of new voters in Texas, put out by, an agency, would lie on this. So if that is true, and you're able to convert a percentage of people to vote for Democrats in the election, Texas And that's someone who has a residence in Texas. When they used to say Texas is purple. And I'd say, there's no way it's purple. No way. Well, the amount of people coming in that are able to vote in this next election, I think it's safe to say that Texas could be purple. And I think the narrative that they want you to think it's purple now, even though it's red, they want you to think it's purple so that when they are able to flip the votes with this illegal votes essentially coming into Texas, they make you say, well, they did say it was purple. So I guess now it's the Democrats took control. They're setting you up for it. They're getting your mind set that it's not completely red, that it's right there on the verge, so that when they are able to flip the election, it's less surprising that it went from a purple to a blue. But if the narrative was never put out there that it was purple, you thought it was red, that's a little bit more surprising. So it's kind of a psychological game they're playing with you to get your mind prepared for this possible inevitable split. Let me know your thoughts on that. You can always hit me up on my email at Brian at rsbn.tv, Brian at rsbn.tv. You can follow me on X, Instagram, Facebook at Brian Glenn TV. You can follow me on True Social, which is wonderful. And I love all the news that's been coming out on True Social at Brian on True Social. Programming note, we will be live in Pennsylvania on Saturday. That'd be tomorrow. We'll also be live in New York City for day one of the trials for President Trump. I'll be in front of the courthouse there. I know there's several organizations have come out and advertised that they will be there to support President Trump, as you would imagine. But on the flip side of that, it's one of the most vicious places to go if you are a Trump supporter. And I know that every time we go live from New York City, you never know what you're going to see or hear. So I definitely encourage you to tune in. We'll be live Monday at 9 a.m. Eastern time. Okay, it's 3 minutes to the top of the hour. I've just been told we are still tracking at 5 p.m. Eastern. So really any minute, Speaker Johnson and President Trump will take the stage there at Mar-a-Lago to talk about this election integrity committee that will be discussed on Homeland and also on the Oversight Committee. Lots going on here in Washington, D.C. Obviously, we've got a very slim majority in the House, and it seems like, every single vote absolutely counts, and every vote is really sacred at this point. We don't have a huge amount of discrepancy there on these votes. So when we get down to issues like, the border, budgets, things like that, Republicans really do need to be in the same lockstep on everything like that to get things done. And that's why it's so crucial that we maintain the House. And many of you might know this, and if some of you don't, this will surprise you. Whoever controls the House in January of 2025 will essentially be able to write the tax codes. Now, right now, the Trump tax codes are planned to sunset that month. So whoever's in control of the House in January 2025 will rewrite the tax codes. And of course, the Democrats have been open about this. They want you to pay more taxes. They absolutely want you to pay more taxes. So if we don't maintain the majority in the House, that means coming up next year, we all could not only be facing increasing inflationary rates on products, goods, and services, but you could be paid more taxes. So that's why it's important that we maintain the quality or the control of the majority, I should say, in the House. And of course, when you take back the Senate, that's why every Senate race right now is extremely important. And that's why the Senate race in Arizona is important. We must make sure we pick up that seat and get the majority in the Senate, or really things just stop. I know we have the articles of impeachment on Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, Marjorie Taylor Greene. That's her impeachment, articles of impeachment that she got to the floor for a vote that passed. They were planning to walk it this week over to the Senate, and Senate Republicans requested more time to put together so that they can adequately get that to some type of trial there in the Senate. I don't really know what Schumer has planned for that. Probably going to do a one-day trial on it, or maybe just take it to a vote where it was likely going to fail there. So it won't necessarily, I don't anticipate it being passed or in the Senate, but it's more symbolic of what America feels. And I think that's really why some of you right now are so frustrated. And I would imagine I'll read the comments after this broadcast is over to kind of get some feedback. But let me know what you think right now. And you drop in the comments on Rumble down below. But it feels like Republicans haven't had a lot of wins. We're not putting points on the board. We're not scoring anything. We're not moving the ball enough. And it seems like the only thing we've had to kind of do a victory lap is on the fact that we did impeach Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas on the reckless address at the border. Those are points on the board. But what they've also been doing an oversight of all the Hunter Biden, Joe Biden, crime family, the LLCs, the SARS reports, all the things that have been discovered through these investigations that show these shell companies and these relations to these foreign entities, and money were flowing into shell companies, and they were going to people in the Biden family, and then all of a sudden the shell companies would close down, and it was this repetitive motion. They had this plan in place. And the fact they've been doing this for years, even they were doing it under the Trump administration. We have all this evidence. Then Tony Bobulinski sat in front of the Oversight Committee for damn nearly 8 hours telling us what happened and what he expected. And the big guy, we always heard about the big guy with Joe Biden and his conversations with Ukrainian officials and China. And we have all this mountain of evidence. But we have still not seen anything brought to the floor for a vote. And so, once again, the power to get things done, believe it or not, are in your hands. And I encourage you to call your congressman and request that they put this thing to the floor for a vote. They can do what's called a whip check. Now, what a whip check is, they can put this bill, and Speaker Johnson has the ability to do that. Put it to the floor for a vote, okay? And make members put their name on it. Make them vote either way. Do you support impeaching Joe Biden? And you either say yes or you say no. But we want to see where they stand on it. That's the only way we can do it. That's the only way we can really figure out if we have the right people in place and we're moving in the right direction. Because House Republicans are frustrated. You guys watching at home, I know you're frustrated. I know you are. You tell me you are. I see it on my social media. I see it in direct messages. I see you in person. You're frustrated that we're not doing enough in the House to hold anyone accountable. And I'm with you. And I think we do need to put some more pressure on that. Now, hear me out on this. Chances are you can impeach Joe Biden in the House. We know it's not going anywhere in the Senate. So that's going to fall flat. So it becomes almost symbolic of just doing something and holding someone accountable. Republicans, voters, want someone accountable for what's happened. The weaponization of the Department of Justice against Donald J. Trump is hideous. They have absolutely weaponized things against this president, against people on January the 6th. There's a grandmother just here recently, last week, went into the Capitol for 10 minutes to pray. 10 minutes. Went in the Capitol, prayed, walked out. Well, guess what? She just wrapped up 9 days on trial, and she is facing 4 to 5 years in prison. That's right. 4 to 5 years in prison for going to the Capitol and praying. Meanwhile, violent criminals, people that have burned down stores in cities and burned down and looted and riot and beat up people for Black Lives Matter and the Antifa and all the riots that happened around there. Heck, I remember the day when Trump was inaugurated in 2016, what happened just outside the White House. Those people are never held accountable. They never serve a day in jail. That's not the case for somebody on January 6th. They have unfairly been prosecuted. And we all know that. We've all seen the story. There's people sitting right now, not too.
Okay, I wasn't trying to be hideous. I was just stating a fact. Okay, so understand this, guys. The reason that he's going through this right now is because he exhausted all funds in order to take care of his grandmother's funeral, which is out of respect for her. Okay, and his power is being turned off today. So yeah, you'd have a headache too. Okay, I'm letting everybody know that because I know some of you will probably step up and help. I'm not sure how much that electric bill is. It shouldn't be more than a couple of $100, but I will tell you this: if you had planned on giving money to me today, I would rather you give it to I would rather you give it to Navy Vet through his Cash App, because the Give Send Go thing takes days in order to get funds out of there, and he hasn't been able to extricate any funds out of the Give Send Go yet. Yeah. So just I'm putting that out there, not as a disrespect to him, but as a plea to the viewers. Those of you that can help, it would be a huge difference for him, at least to keep his power on. So, all right, back to it. Here we go.
People are pouring in at levels that
prison. That's right. 4 to 5 years in prison for going to the Capitol and praying. Meanwhile, violent criminals, people that have
backing it up, so we'll see. From the
burn down, stores and cities and burn down and loot it and riot and beat up people for Black Lives Matter and the Antifa and all the riots that happened around there. Heck, I remember the day when Trump was inaugurated in 2016, what happened just outside the White House. Those people are never held accountable. They never serve a day in jail. That's not the case for somebody on January 6th. They have unfairly been prosecuted. And we all know that. We've all seen the story. There's people sitting right now, not too far from this studio, that have not seen a day on trial, and they've been sitting in jail for years. And that is a shame, but that is a political prisoner. And that should not be happening in this country. It should not be happening. 5:05 here locally. Any moment, I've been told you're taking a live look right now, double box at Mar-a-Lago. Any moment, Speaker Johnson and President Trump should step in front of the microphone. I've been told it's going to last about 30 minutes. I don't know if they're going to take any questions from reporters in the room, but if they do, we'll certainly be able to hear that as well. As a reminder, you can follow us on all of our social media platforms, on Twitter, on X, on Instagram. You can follow me as well at Brian Glenn TV. Once again, you can send me an email if you have a question about anything. Brian.Glenn. I should repeat that. Brian.Glenn@rsbn.tv. That's Brian.Glenn@rsbn.tv. Certainly subscribe to us. If you're not watching us on Rumble, go to Rumble right now.
It's an honor to have you at Mar-a-Lago, my $18 million house on the ocean and the bay. And it's one of the problems we have. We have a court system that's very corrupt. We have a border that's open. We have a lot of problems in our country. And we have an election problem, and that's really what we're here to talk about today. Speaker Johnson's going to be briefing you on what we discussed, what we agree on. But I would like to demand that our border be closed, because we have millions of people coming into our country. Millions and millions of people are pouring in at levels that nobody's reporting, nobody's going to talk about. But I believe you could have 15 million already in. Some are terrorists. They come from jails and prisons. They come from mental institutions and insane asylums. They come from all over the world, not just South America. They're coming from all over the world. Venezuela announced that their crime is down 67%. Because of the fact that they've taken the gang members, the leaders and the members, and they've deposited them very nicely into the United States of America. That's just Venezuela. It's happening with the Congo. It's happening with countries all over Africa, Asia, South America, all over the world it's happening. Our country is like a dumping ground, and we're going to have it stopped. And Biden should do it immediately. He should close the border immediately. He needs no legislation. He doesn't need this gentleman. He doesn't need anybody. He can do it. I did it without any legislation. I had the best border we've had in ever recorded history. He can close it immediately. If he would have left, we had stay in Mexico, remain in Mexico. We had catch and release in Mexico, not here. We had everything. It was perfect. It was a great situation we had, and now we have the worst ever. I don't believe in the history of the world there's been a border like this, but we probably have 15 million people, and they come from places that you don't want to know about, and they're going to be big problems, and it's getting worse. It's migrant crime. It's a new category of crime, migrant crime. And I just demand, as a citizen, I demand the border has to be closed. Our country cannot take it. No country could take it. It's not sustainable by any country. And we want to also mention election interference, and we want to talk about election integrity for a little while. But basically, that's what we're working on. And I'll introduce the speaker, who you know very well. He's doing a really good job under very tough circumstances. And I appreciate he came to Mar-a-Lago. We have a great conference, and there's a big turnout because people want this to be healed. They want our country to be healed. They want our country to be united. And I think most people are united on the fact that they don't want people pouring in from prisons and jails and mental institutions. They don't want that to happen. They don't want it to take place. And it's not going to happen for long. And that's why I say that November 5th is going to be the most important day in the history of our country. That's the election. It's going to be the most important day in the history of our country. Thank you very much. And Speaker, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, and it's good to see you all. We're so delighted to be here with our former and future president in this beautiful facility. Mar-a-Lago is famous around the country, and we're grateful to be here. With President Trump as our nominee in the party, we are very much looking forward to that historic day in November, because we are going to grow the House majority. We're going to win the United States Senate, and we're going to win back the White House as well. The American people need us to do that. They're excited for that day, and November cannot get here soon enough. The Speaker of the House, when we're not in session, the Speaker is required to go around, fly around the country and be with all of our candidates and incumbents all around. I've been to 23 states now in the last several weeks, and everywhere we go, one of the first questions that people ask about is this issue of election integrity. The border is the #1 issue in America. There's never been a political issue that scored so high in the polls as a matter of concern. And it doesn't matter where anyone lives, because as we say now, every state is a border state. They're deeply concerned about that. And election integrity is tied to the lack of border security. President Biden has created a catastrophe, and he did it by design. We documented 64 specific executive actions that he took from the day he walked into the Oval Office, and that his agencies took under Secretary Mayorkas to open the border wide, to invite everybody from around the world to come here, including hardened criminals and dangerous persons. And the result, we all know. The official number is 9 million encounters at the southern border alone, just since Joe Biden took office. But the actual number is probably close to 16 million illegals who have come into the country because they desired it. They designed it. They engineered it to be that way. His actions did that. He ended the Remain in Mexico policy under President Trump's administration. They reinstated catch and release that had been practiced under the Obama administration. They stopped building the wall. They did everything exactly the opposite of what this president had achieved. And that's why we have this catastrophe. It has all sorts of terrible effects on the American people. We know that fentanyl is the leading cause of death for Americans age 18 to 49. We know that violent crimes are being committed on innocent Americans now. Laken Riley and many others who are now losing their lives because these dangerous people are in our country, and it must stop. And the American people are demanding that it does. And it doesn't matter which political party that any American is in, they have the same desire. They want safety and security, and we can supply that. But among the problems that flows from this open border catastrophe is directly related to this threat to our election integrity. Why is that? You need to understand something really important about federal law. Since 1993, the National Voter Registration Act, we call it the Motor Voter Law, allows people to sign up to vote when they get a driver's license. If an individual only asserts or simply states that they are a citizen, they don't have to prove it. They can register that person to vote in a federal election. And you see, states are currently prohibited, believe it or not, the states are prohibited from asking someone to prove that they're a citizen. The federal voter registration form just has a check-a-box. And if you do that, you're good. The states can't allow it. Well, we think that's a serious problem. And so what we're going to do is the House Republicans are introducing a bill that will require proof of citizenship to vote. It seems like common sense. I'm sure all of us would agree. We only want U.S. citizens to vote in U.S. elections. But there are some Democrats who don't want to do that. We believe that one of their designs, one of the reasons for this open border, which everybody asks all around the country, why would they do this? Why would they allow all this chaos? Why the violence? Because they want to turn these people into voters. Right now, the administration is encouraging illegals to go to their local welfare office to sign up for benefits. Well, guess what? When you go to a welfare office, they also ask you if you would like to register to vote. And so many people, we think, are going to do that. And you know what? The numbers are so high. There's so many millions of illegals in the country that if only 1 out of 100 voted, they would cast potentially hundreds of thousands of votes in the election. That could turn an election. This could be a tight election in our congressional races around the country. It could, if there are enough votes, affect the presidential election. And so that's why House Republicans are going to act. I'm going to announce to you today, here standing alongside President Trump, that we will do everything within our power to ensure that we do have free and fair elections in this country. If we don't have that in a constitutional republic, we have nothing. It's the basis of who we are as a nation, and we owe that to the American people. And so what we're going to do is introduce legislation to require that every single person who registers to vote in a federal election must prove that they're an American citizen first. They have to prove it. That will be a new part of the federal law and a very important one. Our bill will establish new safeguards. It'll put us on par, by the way, with virtually every other democracy around the world that also prohibits non-citizen voting. And this is a critical thing for us to do at a very critical time. Our bill also will require states to remove non-citizens from their existing voter rolls. That's a big problem too. And it will provide access to databases from the Department of Homeland Security and the Social Security Administration to help the states administer this. As the entity that is responsible for regulating federal elections, Congress has this responsibility. We cannot wait for widespread fraud to occur, especially when the threat of fraud is growing with every single illegal immigrant that crosses that border. This is something most Americans are deeply concerned about. The latest poll says 78% of the Americans who are polled say that preventing illegal immigrants from voting in our elections is a top priority. In every place I've gone around the country, whether it's out west, Midwest, Long Island, Deep South, it doesn't matter. Everybody is concerned about this. We have a job to do. Here's what you need to look for, and I'll turn it back to the president. When we put this bill on the floor, you're going to see a record vote by Republicans and Democrats. You'll see that the Republicans stand for election integrity. And then we'll be able to ask this very important question of the Democrats. They're going to have to go on record. Do you believe that Americans and Americans alone should be the ones who vote in American elections? We're about to find out their answer. And I think that will be a very interesting one for everybody to see. Mr. President, thank you again for hosting us today. I'll turn it back to you.
Very much,
yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? We're getting along very well with the speaker, and I get along very well with Marjorie. We have a speaker. He was voted in, and it was a complicated process, and I think it's not an easy situation for any speaker. I think he's doing a very good job. He's doing about as good as you're going to do, and I'm sure that Marjorie understands that. She's a very good friend of mine, and I know she has a lot of respect for the speaker.
And would you support a Ukrainian aid bill if the speaker was to move forward with it?
We're looking at it right now, and they're talking about it, and we're thinking about making it in the form of a loan instead of just a gift. We keep handing out gifts of billions and billions of dollars, and we'll take a look at it. But much more importantly to me is the fact that Europe has to step up and they have to give money. They have to equalize. If they don't equalize, I'm very upset about it because they're affected much more than we are. The Ukraine situation would have never happened if I was president. Would have never, ever happened. And everybody says that, including Democrats, that it happened is such an outrage. Millions of people are dead right now, both sides. Millions of people are dead. Cities are blown to ashes. You'll never rebuild those cities. That's certainly not like they were. So beautiful. And this is something should have never happened. October 7th should have never happened in Israel. Should have never happened. What happened there was outrageous. Iran was broke when I was president. People weren't buying oil from Iran. They weren't allowed to. If they were going to buy oil from Iran, then they weren't going to do any business in the U.S. And I said it to China. I said it to everybody. They weren't doing business. They were broke. They didn't have money for Hamas. They didn't have money for Hezbollah. It would have never happened. October 7th would have never happened. It did happen, and now it's a disaster, and it's only getting worse. So it's very sad. No, I stand with the speaker. We've had a very good relationship.
Mr. President, while you were in office, you said that you would sign a federal abortion ban if Congress sent it to your desk. Why should Americans trust your word that you would not do it now if you were reelected?
Because we don't need it any longer, because we broke Roe v. Wade, and we did something that nobody thought was possible. We gave it back to the states, and the states are working very brilliantly, in some cases conservative, in some cases not conservative, but they're working, and it's working the way it's supposed to. Every legal scholar, real legal scholar, wanted to have it go back to the states, Democrat, Republican, liberal, conservative, and we're able to do that. You know, what we did was give it back to the states, and now the states are working their way through it, and you're having some very, very beautiful harmony, to be honest with you. You have some cases like Arizona that went back to like 1864 or something like that, and a judge made a ruling, but that's going to be changed by government. They're going to be changing that. I disagree with that. Oh, excuse me, please.
A follow-up. Over the last few decades, Mr. President, you have both considered yourself pro-choice and pro-life. Which one is it?
Well, you know exactly which one it is. And when I was in New York and when I was a Democrat also, just like Ronald Reagan, Ronald Reagan was a Democrat. We sort of followed a very similar path. But if you look at what we've done with Roe v. Wade, we did something that everyone said couldn't be done, and we got it done. And I give great credit to the Supreme Court and the justices for having the courage to do it. What they did is very simply give it back to the state. And I'll tell you, the Democrats are the radicals on this because they're willing to have abortions in the 7th, 8th, 9th month. They're even willing, and you can call it what you want, but you go back to the governor of Virginia, the previous governor of Virginia, the Democrat governor of Virginia, where he talked about execution of a baby after birth. And you can say what you want, but that's extreme and that's radical, and nobody should have that, and it has to be ended. Please, go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, do you think the motion to vacate rules should be finally changed, or do you think that it's just creating chaos right now?
Well, it's unfortunate that people bring it up because right now we have much bigger problems. The country is we're a nation in decline. We're a declining nation. We have tremendous inflation. The inflation's coming back at levels that nobody thought they really would have. If you look at the categories of inflation, they have the worst categories. Many categories are not included. And if you included that, your inflation number would be substantially higher than it is now. And it's already at records. So inflation is back. And a lot of bad things are happening in our country, but that's the least of it. You've got Russia you could end up in a world war between Russia, Ukraine, and all of the chaos. And that's something should have never happened. It would have never happened. What's going on with Israel, October 7th, and what's going on with Israel could end up in a world war. We have a president that can't put two sentences together. We have a president that can't find the stairs off a stage. We have a president that doesn't know what the hell he's doing. And we could end up in a world war. We have just a little bit less than 7 months now, months before November 5th. But that's an eternity when people are incompetent. Go ahead, please. Which one? Well, I'm not a big fan of FISA. I looked at it and I studied it and I know it probably better than anybody. They spied on my campaign. You do know that, right? And they did lots of other bad things. I'm not a big fan of FISA, but I told everybody, I said, do what you want. They put a lot of checks and balances on, and I guess it's down to 2 years now, so that it would come due in the early part of my administration on the basis that we live up to the polls, because all the polls, we just had another one come out, we're leading by a lot. But it comes out quickly. I said, you do what you want. But I'm not a big fan of FISA. I think it's terrible. Yeah, Bob? Yeah, I would testify, absolutely. It's a scam. It's a scam. That's not a trial. That's not a trial. That's a scam. If you read Jonathan Turley, if you read Andy McCarthy, if you read the legal, they said there's not even a case there. That's election interference by the Biden administration. They actually took their top guy, one of their top guys, put him into the DA's office to run it, and it's a shame. What they have done is incredible. It's election interference, and it's got to stop. It's a third world country. This country's never done it. But you read Jonathan Turley, you read Andrew McCarthy, you read the legal scholars, every single one of them said that whole thing is a scam. It's not even a crime. And what they're doing is a crime. They are criminals. All right, Bob?
Can I just follow up on that? Why do you believe it is important for you to testify, take a stand in this upcoming trial? And what are you watching as jury selection begins?
Yeah, well, you know, jury selection is largely luck. It depends who you get. It's very unfair that I'm having a trial there. It's very unfair that we have this judge who hates Trump and has tremendous conflict, as you know, tremendous conflict. Nobody can believe that this judge isn't recusing himself. The conflict is at a level that nobody's ever seen before. So I have that, and I have venue. We have all these things that we've asked for. They don't give us anything. It's a witch hunt that takes place in New York, and that is taking place, and it's very bad for New York, and it's very bad. And it's very bad for the judicial system in New York. I don't know. I'm testifying. I tell the truth. I mean, all I can do is tell the truth. And the truth is that there's no case. They have no case. And again, you have to read the scholars, read all of the legal scholars. I haven't seen one legal scholar that said this is a case. And in fact, even you people said, oh, gee, that's too bad. This is the first one. All of them are scams. They're all about election interference. We have a president that doesn't know where he is. He can't speak. The whole world is collapsing. The world is on fire. They have no respect for our country anymore. And the only way he thinks he can win is by doing this, you know, trials of Trump. We have Fawny in Atlanta, who's been so discredited now. That was a setup with her boyfriend so they could take trips and take a lot of money out. And that's something that should be dismissed. Not just the prosecutor dismissed, the case should be dismissed. Every single one of them said, look at what happened with Biden. He gets off scot-free with 50 years of documents and classified information. He gets off scot-free. And I'm still fighting that trial. The whole thing is a disgrace, and it's a disgrace to our nation. Yeah.
Have you spoken with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu?
Yeah.
How should the United States respond in the same way?
I don't want to say who I spoke to, but for the president of our country to actually put out a warning that he thinks that we're going to be attacked or they're going to be attacked, that's pretty pathetic. They wouldn't be attacking Israel if I were president, that I can tell you, and they never did. They wouldn't be attacking. Iran was in no position to attack. They had no money. They were broke. But now they have $221 billion, and they have Iraq, who has $300 billion, and Iraq has become a subsidiary of Iran. With all that we've done, with all of the fighting, all of the death, look at what happened, how incompetent the whole thing is. But I don't want to say who I spoke to, but I think it's a very, very dangerous period. This is a very dangerous period of time in our nation, and a big reason that it's dangerous that we have a president that's grossly incompetent. Thank you all very much.
Speaker Johnson, why did you come here today? Speaker Johnson.
Yep, there we go. All right. So the question is, why is Johnson there knowing that he didn't fight the FISA? You know, 2 years is one thing, but yeah, it shouldn't be anything at all. Laura Loomer says this is why Islamists shouldn't be allowed to serve in Congress. They aren't capable of assimilating, and they are 100% pro-terrorism. This Palestinian needs to be removed from Congress immediately.
Congresswoman Tlaib,
Fox News. I don't talk to Fox News.
at a rally in your district, people were chanting "Death to America." Do you condemn?
Talk to Fox News.
Do you condemn chants of "Death to America"?
I don't talk to people that use racist tropes.
Why can't you just say whether or not you condemn people chanting "Death to America"? Why are you afraid to talk to Fox?
Fox News
is not listen, using racist tropes towards my community is what Fox News is about. And I don't talk to Fox News.
Is death to America racist?
Fox News.
Is chanting death to America racist?
I'm talking about your guys' racist tropes. You know, you guys know exactly what you do. I know you're Islamophobic, but you guys got to go deal with it on your own self. You're not going to use me.
Congresswoman Tlaib?
Yeah, she should be kicked out, and she more than likely should be charged with treason as well, and sent back to her own country. Send her back to her own country. Yep. All right. Nature Girl says, if we encountered interdimensionals today, there would be a sense of religious awe.
This was something that it kind of blows my mind. It's the same thing. I don't want to keep repeating what we've been talking about the last couple of days, but I do want to get into the fascination of this, and here it is. So this is from the Daily Mail, which says Harvard professor claims that UFOs could have traveled to Earth via extra dimensions that certain scientists are trying to unlock. The certain scientists are seeking evidence of 6 extra dimensions. Professor Avi Loeb believes that aliens might travel through such dimensions. The U.S. government has yet to unravel the mysterious sightings of UFOs soaring through our skies, but a Harvard professor believes the answer may sit 300 feet below the surface. Avi Loeb, known for his efforts to prove that we are not alone, has claimed that extraterrestrial visitors are traveling through hidden dimensions created by researchers at the CERN Particle Accelerator. The accelerator, the Large Hadron Collider, blasts particles are nearly the speed of light to recreate conditions of the Big Bang with hopes of uncovering hidden dimensions that will reveal how our universe is formed. Speaking in a new documentary, Loeb said that alien civilizations may have been developing dimension-hopping technology for billions of years. The physicist also noted that ETs are using theoretical quantum gravity engineering to travel through curled dimensions that humans can only detect in particle accelerators such as CERN. The Harvard scientist said in a documentary, The Paranormal UFO Connection, that if alien technology is able to reach our doorstep, we would be awestruck because it could represent something we don't process. Just like a cave dweller coming to a city like London or Europe and seeing all the technological gadgets in there, said Loeb. There will be a sense of religious awe and we wouldn't understand it, especially if we are dealing with the effects of quantum gravity that we have any clue about. Loeb said that traveling through extra spatial dimensions would mean the chance of collisions, they would be much smaller. Scientists at CERN have attempted to detect 6 extra spatial dimensions and look for particular particles as evidence that such dimensions exist. All right, so here's a clip. Pavel sent this to me earlier, and this is about CERN. So let me play this first.
Actually, CERN is dealing with radionuclear research. But it is more than that because there are lots of physicians. I know some. They're doing very strange experimentation. There are beings from portals coming in and out. It's physicists from the CERN who told me this.
They've testified to beings coming in and out of portals.
Yes, they have apparently in the bottom of the CERN this portal, this door where they are dealing with all the subatomic dimensions. They say there are 17 different dimensions of reality. That's what those physicists say. Some others say there are more dimensions, And now, when you look at what is going on in the CERN, there is a fight from some of the military agencies. Intel, they say that there is a fight on time. They're trying to.
Yeah. Some strange stuff going on. Yep. And that was the last one that I had in there. You believe that? Yeah. All right. We're going to hit. I almost don't want to play anybody else because I'm covering everything that they're going to cover. Right on. Okay. I sent him a message, asked him if did he get enough, and he said yes, paying it right now. So he will keep his power on. Yeah, I kind of don't want to. I honestly, I don't want to play them because they're just going to play the same stuff that I just played for you guys, or that I've been playing for you for the last couple of days. Is it just me, or am I like too far ahead of the game or something? Let's go back to here, and we'll just filter through some more stuff here. I only got a little bit of time left. I think I got about 30 minutes left here. before I've got to go. I've got some things that I've got to get done. I've only got about 4 hours for burning time today, and I still have a big pile up there that's got to get done. So, all right. Nature Girl says, China, y'all all right?
After all, when has something in China ever affected the rest of the world? So I know there's a lot going on right now, but something else just happened, and it's probably worth taking a minute to learn about it, because the timing of everything feels a little suspicious. If you've never done your own research on the Chinese housing bubble, I'm gonna fill you in, because their biggest housing developer just finally declared bankruptcy. We'll also learn about all the Chinese ghost cities, and fill in on where one of the world's biggest economies is at right now. And we're not talking about France, this is in China. They for real have a little micro Paris, but basically no one lives there. And this problem's been going on for a while. Back in 2021, this company called Evergrande, which is the biggest property developer in China, came out that they had a shitload of debt that they could not pay. And they went into what's called default, meaning they're not paying their debts. But they just kept kicking that can, who knows how, and crisis was averted. And I say crisis because Goldman Sachs famously estimated in 2019 that the Chinese real estate market was valued at $52 trillion. That's twice the size of the US. But it's hard to say if these numbers are real or not, because China is super weird with their reporting because they're all state controlled. But no matter who you ask, China's wealth is seriously tied up in real estate, and for a number of reasons. It's a big fucking problem because a lot of their real estate is actually just empty shells of buildings that aren't even finished. Like, no lie, enough to house the population of France in just empty, half-finished skyscrapers all over the country. Like whole cities with 10% occupancy. And it's because the property developers in China over the last 10 to 15 years have been running a gigantic Ponzi scheme that's about to come toppling down. At least it's been about to come toppling down for the last 2 years, and maybe it's doing it now, but who knows? All I know is that the biggest one finally declared bankruptcy in the US, and no one seems to be talking about it yet. I mean, there is a lot going on. Part of the problem has been exacerbated by a whole bunch of Chinese people going on mortgage strikes. Speaking of strikes, they're striking in massive numbers to the tune of hundreds of billions of dollars of unpaid loans, because all of them are paying gigantic interest rates on mortgages for homes they don't actually live in and have never lived in. And that's because real estate in China is so over leveraged that they're taking out pre-sales on properties that are not yet built, taking that money to the bank to receive new loans for new properties that they're going to develop, to get more pre-sales on more properties that are not yet built, taking that to the bank and getting more loans to keep the cycle going. A gigantic multi-trillion-dollar Ponzi scheme. The Peterson Institute for International Economics found that property and related industries account for 25 to 30% of China's GDP, and that 27% of all loans from Chinese banks are related to property and mortgages. And apparently nearly 40% of local governance revenue comes from land sale proceeds to these developers. And nearly 60% of the total assets owned by urban Chinese households is property. And that share is even higher for lower income people. Why is China so obsessed with real estate and property? And why is like all of their wealth tied up in this? This article from Forbes does a pretty good job of citing stats that help us understand what's going on. First and foremost, shit's really expensive in China. The minimum wage on average in China apparently is like $200 a month, maybe up to $1,000 a month, whereas property prices are insane. We're talking about multi-generational families pooling their wealth to buy homes and often living together. Culturally, China is extremely different than the West. And in China, if you're going to be an eligible adult bachelor, owning a home is virtually a necessity for picking a spouse and being seen as a mature member of society. On top of that, the stock market in China is really hard to invest in and not seen as a reliable way to grow your wealth. And as a result, many Chinese citizens own multiple properties, as it is one of the few ways in which it is comparatively easy to grow and preserve wealth. Culturally, in China, the way you grow your wealth is by investing in property. But as this bubble has grown, property in real cities where it actually is important to live has gone up to insane prices. So this fucking weird phenomenon has come about where families will pack into small apartments in cities where the jobs are and purchase portions of or pre-sales of apartments in faraway cities and developments that are much cheaper, where they never intend to live, but that way they are growing their wealth, like investing in the stock market and becoming eligible for a spouse and for, you know, being a member of society because they own a property. And then you get these giant developments of whole cities, basically, where no one even lives. And that's compounded by the fact that Chinese people are incredibly good at saving money. It's almost a cultural mandate, you might say, to save large amounts of money. They even have in China what is essentially the equivalent of a 401k plan, but specifically for the purpose of assisting with buying houses, where your employer will match your savings for home ownership. As of 2023, property and real estate accounts for 60% of Chinese household assets. This bubble is literally the entire Chinese people's life savings, all collectively pooled and poured into a gigantic Ponzi scheme of inflated development, forming a bubble that could pop at any time. Side note, there is a shitload of wealth concentration happening in China right now. They have the world's most billionaires of any country, second most of millionaires, if not the most by now. They have like more than half of all female billionaires. They have more billionaires than the US and India combined, all while the average Chinese people are about to get fucked. This infographic can kind of help us visualize, and I'm sure we could dispute the exact figures here, but if we look at the different sectors in China's economy and think about what's about to get wiped out by this bubble, well, obviously real estate is fucked. So a huge amount of the construction is fucked. Renting, leasing, fucked. They say like a quarter of loans from the banking industry tied up in real estate. And let's just take a wild guess at how much of their industrial production is tied up in real estate too. I'm sure that that will not spiderweb into the rest of the economy. Surely it's all contained and has no connection to the global economy. After all, when has something in China ever affected the rest of the world?
There are the most striking signs all over this city of just how flawed the relentless model of borrowing and building can be. Look here, the money has simply run out. And the reality is that the Chinese housing market, for so long a driver of growth, is now a real liability.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. News. The New York City Council began its meeting today by praising Allah as the Supreme Lord of the world, expressing their reverence in both Arabic and English.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
I don't even want to listen to it. Not going to do it. Not going to do it. Yep. All right. So here's the report on that tractor trailer. An 18-wheeler was intentionally rammed into the Texas department station after it was stolen, severely injuring over a dozen people. Currently, numerous law enforcement and other emergency personnel are on the scene in Brenham, Texas, after an 18-wheeler carrying heavy loads of some type of heavy equipment intentionally rammed into the Department of Public Safety office, injuring at least 16 people, with numerous individuals in severe to critical condition. The Washington County Sheriff's Office stated that a male suspect stole the 18-wheeler truck and intentionally targeted the DPS office after they denied his CDL license on Thursday. The driver had been taken into custody. Officials are urging everyone to avoid the area as they investigate the incident. Yeah, as it's still a developing situation. Yeah, so there's the truck. There's the hole that it made. Yeah, okay. Mob of thieves rob a jewelry store in broad daylight in Oakland, California. They only leave the owner when the owner comes out with a gun. Buy guns, buy ammo, protect yourself and your family and your business. Yep, it's happening. Libtard, Viva la Libertad Coraggio. How about you pay attention to what's going on here in the United States, Elon? Yeah, how about that? All right, Tom Fenton says exclusive DC National Guard whistleblower to say they were ready to be deployed on January 6th on Trump's hours, but were held back by the Pentagon in bombshell testimony contradicting Pelosi's Capitol riot committee's story. And there is a link to this. Let's see. Do I got to read it, or is there a? Yeah, I don't want to fucking read. I don't want to read. I'm not in the mood to read. I'm not doing it. I'm not reading it. Okay, I'm not doing it. But yeah. So here, I'll tell you what. I'll drop the link for everybody. Okay, that's what I'll do. Copy. Here we go. I'll drop the link, and then you can share it everywhere. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, it's still there. Okay. Let's go here and drop it here so that everybody got it. And then let's go here and share the hell out of this, because I'm going to put it here first. I'm going to put it here. How come I can't? There we go. I'm going to put it there, and then I will put it into our live stream. There we go, and there it is. Pink. So everybody's got that link now, so share the heck out of it, because it is too important to make sure that we're getting the information out there, right? Got to tell the truth to the people. I have a seeking suspicion that most of the country is going to be in for quite a surprise when Trump himself tells you about the same. Trump was right about everything. Don't you question? How? Does it make sense when he walked away if he caught them all?
Treason is punishable by death. You accused your adversaries of treason. Who specifically are you accusing of treason?
Well, I think a number of people, and I think what you look is that they have unsuccessfully tried to take down the wrong person. If you look at Comey, if you look at McCabe, if you look at probably people higher than that, if you look at Strzok, if you look at his lover, Lisa Page, his wonderful lover, the two lovers, they talked openly. They didn't use their private server because they didn't want to get caught. So they used the government server. That was not a good move. He talked about the insurance policy just in case crooked Hillary loses. And that didn't work out too well for them. So you look at them, they want an insurance policy so that should she, for any reason, lose, remember, 100 million to 1. Maybe he said 100 million to nothing. But should she lose, we'll have an insurance policy and we'll get this guy out of office. And that's what they said, and that's what they meant. That's treason. That's treason.
And he's right. That's treason. Fucking treason. No matter how you look at it, it's treason. All right. Okay, hang on a second here. What's this? This is going to hurt me more than it's going to hurt you, I bet. Craig, that's something you would do. Oh my God. She just totally pulled a Craig the Hunter right there. Oh, I'm dying here. She just pulled a Craig the Hunter. Craig would totally do this. He would. Just to mock somebody. He would do that. He would. Oh my Lord. Oh, Lord. What can we do? Okay. As I've said before, this guy here, the older millennial, I'm telling you, he's getting to be really one of my favorite all time. And I've gone through a few favorites. A couple of them I've kind of dropped because, you know, all right. So I'm going to put this out there. Okay. I had somebody ask me yesterday, why aren't I playing Queen Petty Lex anymore? Well, I'm going to tell you why. Because when I know that Michael LaVaughn Robinson, who transitioned into Michelle Obama, is a dude, okay, and you want to call me a conspiracy theorist for it, and you don't want to research it yourself to find out whether what I state is factual or not, then I have no reason to follow you anymore. Now, I still watch her videos periodically and things like that, but I'm just not all up in there because, you know, you want to stand up and defend a guy who committed treason, and I got no time for you. I got absolutely no time for you. If you're standing up and sticking up for Obama, I got no time for you. If you're standing up and sticking up for his husband, Michael LaVaughn Robinson, then I have no time for you, and neither does my podcast. Okay? Now, when you figure it all out and you want to change your tune, well, then maybe, just maybe, I'll start sharing your content with my followers again. But until then, I got no time for you. All right? So, but this guy, the older millennial, okay, goes by older millennial 1 on TikTok, puts out a lot of great content. Okay, so for those of you who have not had the opportunity to follow him, or you might have caught some of his stuff but didn't know who he is, this guy is 100%. He's legit. He's putting out a lot of great content, and he's got a great perspective on it. And you know, he just sees it for what it is. So he says, another day of having to correct lies from the left. Some things never change. Let's take a listen.
There's a 7th grade girl in Mississippi who was assaulted in her own backyard and then forced to carry the baby to term because of Mississippi's total abortion ban.
That's not true. That's just not true, Chris. Because Mississippi doesn't have a total abortion ban. Chris, you could have just done a Google search, dude. This is the first fucking result that pops up when you Google Mississippi's abortion laws. They ban all abortions except to save the life of the pregnant person or in cases of rape or incest. So what the fuck are you talking about, Chris? Oh, and by the way, Chris, I did more research that you didn't do. This is the case he's talking about. 13-year-old grape victim has baby amid confusion over state's abortion ban. And this article lays out how the mother wasn't sure if her daughter could have an abortion. I guess her mother doesn't know how to work Google. Because again, this is the first fucking result. This was not hard to find. And the law is not complicated. All the mother would have had to do was go and report the grape to the police, and she would have been able to have an abortion. Like, here's the thing. I have all the sympathy in the world for that little girl, but I don't have any sympathy for the mother. Literally, this is the first thing that comes up when you look up their abortion laws. She could have taken 5 seconds, done a Google search, and known she could have had an abortion. And I'm sorry, but she had 9 months to do that search. She had 9 months to find what I found in 5 fucking seconds. That's not Mississippi's fault. Mississippi has clearly laid out their law, and they made sure to make exceptions in the cases of grape and incest. That mother proceeded to go 9 months without a simple fucking Google search. Sorry, but that's not all Mississippi.
And let me add, it was also there for the life of the mother, for the safety of the mother. Okay, so for the safety of the mother, for rape, and for incest. Okay, so all 3 of those things were covered. Okay, and those are the same things that Trump has said that he agrees with a person being able to be able to get an abortion. Okay. Now, I believe that all life is sacred, but at the same time, I also have to say that that a child.
There's a 7th grade girl in Mississippi who was
that a child should in absolutely no way, 13 years old, should not be having a baby. Okay. She's not going to be the mom. Grandma is going to end up having to raise that child until that child learns everything about being a mom. Okay. And she's going to want to finish her education. She's going to need to find a job. She's going to, you know, and these are things that a 13-year-old is not prepared to do. Okay. So, Susan, thank you very much for sharing that. And she just shared out the Lightning Springs Ranch. Okay. Again, I'm going to tell everybody this. I do not get like any deals or anything. I don't get a kickback or anything like that. However, they do. Well, he's already done one. He's going to end up doing another. Donovan from Lightning Springs came on to the podcast, and we did a live giveaway of a whole health bundle, which was a bunch of steaks, a bunch of hamburger, and a bunch of awesome roasts. And thank you very much for sharing that out. The link is in the description for the thing, and the code to get a discount is my name, Hawk. And for those of you who are looking for a better way to get meat that don't have a farm close to you that you can get it through, that is a great way to do it. All right, so let's move on. And here is treason. 10,000 illegal aliens confirmed using the same exact Social Security number voted November 3rd of 2020 election. And this is just in the border state of Arizona.
1,000 people using the exact Social Security number. See if this one rings true. You take an illegal, you bring them in. They sign a piece of paper promising to pay taxes. What they get is a Social Security number. So the employers can take out the taxes. Put a pin in that. Here's what they do. In cities like this, let's think of a chicken processor. They will bring in hundreds of illegals. They will spread them out across all of these plants and factories, giving them jobs. They're all using the same Social Security number. The IRS unconnected our names from the Social Security number. Now, when you look it up, it just pings to see if there's an employer. If there is, it says it's good. It validates it. Why do they do that? Because all of these factories are giving them Social Security numbers. The government turns its back on it. As soon as you have a Social Security number and you go over to motor voter, pass the driver's court test, right? You get a driver's license. The person looks, you got a social, you must be a citizen. That's how they pack the rolls. By the way, those guys don't pay taxes anyway. It's taken out by companies. Our government's been sitting on $1.7 trillion slush fund that one fund has still in it to this day. So if you want to know where the dark money comes from, by the way, that's what, $100 million in a month in interest. I could go on. I now understand this is why they tried to kill us. And it's not stuff I wanted to know. It's not stuff I wanted to know about my country. It's not stuff I believed. But we have a uniparty. We don't have multiple parties. Everybody's benefited from this at one time or another.
And he is 100% accurate. Yep. Crazy. I'm not even going to go into Liz. People were talking about what was happening to kids long before she came along, and we'll be talking about it long after she's gone. She's in that Flynn group, and I'm just not with it. All right. Consumer Reports tested Lunchables and found high levels of heavy metals like lead and cadmium. They also found phthalates. I think that's how that's phthalates. I think is how that's pronounced. I'm not positive. Which are chemicals found in plastic. These known hormone disruptors can contribute to increased risk of reproductive problems, diabetes, and other illnesses.
Consumer Reports tested 12 store-bought Lunchables and similar lunch kits, and we found relatively high doses of lead, cadmium, or both in all of them. And most also had phthalates, which is a chemical used to make plastic that have been linked to a host of health problems. 2 Lunchables manufactured by Kraft Heinz, similar to the ones we tested, are eligible to be served to children through the National School Lunch Program. That's nearly 30 million children that may be served lunch kits that have these contaminants and very high sodium levels. We think our kids deserve better choices, and these Lunchable kits should be removed from the school lunch program. Toxic heavy metals like lead and cadmium put kids at risk for developmental issues. While the amount of lead and cadmium in the Lunchables did not exceed the legal limit, the risk of these problems increases with regular consumption over time. We even compared the 2 Lunchable kits that are in the National School Lunch Program to a McDonald's Happy Meal that's consisted of chicken nuggets, French fries, and apple slices. And the Lunchables served in schools contain more sodium than the Happy Meal. Eating too much sodium can lead to high blood pressure. Lastly, all but one of the store-bought kits tested positive for phthalates, which are chemicals found in plastic. These known hormone disruptors can contribute to an increased risk of reproductive problems, diabetes, and certain cancers. While some manufacturers told CR that sodium enhances taste and convenience, others like Kraft Heinz and Maple Leaf Foods are actively working to reduce sodium levels in their products. Tap the link in our bio to urge the Department of Agriculture to remove these Lunchable kits from the school lunch program.
Yep. What they're doing to our children. UK unveils I do. Fiction becomes truth as Britain showcases its laser-directed energy weapon designed for taking out enemy drones. I hear they're also particularly good at taking out buildings and starting fires. Oh boy.
This is Dragonfire, the UK's first laser weapon. Able to shoot down drones and missiles with incredible accuracy, it could revolutionize how we fight wars. And this isn't an idea decades away, we're building it right now to fit onto our warships in just 3 years' time. Rapid delivery of this incredible feat of British innovation is only possible because the government has this week reformed the way we procure for our military. So we'll be faster in getting our weapons into the hands of our soldiers, sailors, and aviators years ahead of schedule. And through these reforms, we'll build more lethal British armed forces to defend the United Kingdom from threats at home and abroad.
Yeah.
This is Dragonfire.
Yeah. Like we don't know already. All right. Mainstream media now admits the shots are toxic. We're not going to cover that one because we want to keep the channel up for a little while. All right. Illegal Paul A. Zipula, illegal from Brazil in Boston, who raped 10 kids, was allowed to stay because Boston is a sanctuary city and harbors rapists if they're illegals. You don't hate sanctuary cities enough. They all need to lose federal funding day one of Trump's presidency. And I think they will. Yep. All right. Shadow of Ezra says more than 50 children were sexually abused by pedophile Catholic monks on UK Holy Island in scandal as bad as Jimmy Savile. Community of Catholic monks on a reputably holy island off the coast of Wales is at the center of a major child abuse scandal going back more than 50 years. The island has a history of sex abuse against infants as young as 3. Visiting children who have now grown to adults say they were raped in the historic abbey, sexually abused in the ornate gardens, and threatened that they would go to hell if they breathed the word to anyone back on the mainland. Father Thaddeus Kotick died on 1992, is one of the Calde Island's most infamous monsters and allegedly molested and abused countless children in the 1970s and 80s. A grooming culture still persists today, and the offenders are protected. Isn't that something? Yeah. Yeah. I meant every single word of what I said. Our Constitution was founded on Judeo-Christian values, not Islamic. If you want to take your oath on the Quran, there's 50 countries or 56 countries where you can do that. Here we go.
In Congress, but
you just said all Muslims hate Jews.
if you were a devout Muslim.
Okay, so should all devout Muslims be banned from serving in Congress?
Well, if I could have my way, I would probably say yes.
Okay, there.
I would
Well,
say
at least you didn't dodge the question.
I'm not even going to dodge the question. I would just in Congress.
Yep. Because their interest is not here for the United States. Same thing with all those who hold dual citizenship with Israel. Their loyalties do not lie here in the United States. They lie with Israel because that's where they get to run to when the shit hits the fan. Yep. So country says, of course they did. It's a big club of power, treachery, and money. We, the people, don't matter to them as long as they can cash the checks that fund their campaigns. We, the people, do not matter to them. I have yet to see a congressman that actually will stand up for the people. We see these people or these folks on TV that spout, I will always stand up for the rights of the people, but yet behind closed doors seem to garner deals and do the complete opposite. You can all say that I'm black-pilled or whatever. I don't care, but everyone needs to realize that 90% of the Washington, D.C. is on the take and therefore owned by corporate interests. As long as that 95% is on the take, we, the people, will never have a voice. This is why the grassroots movement is so important, to give the voices back to the people. It's time for all of us to rise up in one thunderous voice and tell them idiots their time is up. Yep. All right. SG, I covered that yesterday. And let's see. Okay, Matt Gaetz blasts members of Congress who are getting filthy rich off of insider trading.
Congressman Gaetz offered to take us on a tour.
So one of the committees where people have a lot of information is the Appropriations Committee, because they can view almost any vector of government funding. And so, you know, this is Mr. Rutherford's office. He's on the Ethics Committee and the Appropriations Committee. 152 stock trades. Stocks go through the roof. And, actually bought Raytheon stock the day that Russia invaded Ukraine.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Yeah, I mean, imagine if every American could make money off of war.
Yeah, setting aside the whole shame and ethics questions. How many more on our hit list here?
There are a few more. I wish there were fewer on the hit list. I wish we could only stop at one or two offices, but as it turns out, energy is a sector that sees a lot of congressional stock trading.
Sure.
And we have members who are on the Energy Subcommittee of Appropriations, like Michael Guest, chairman of the Ethics Committee, and he's traded somewhere between tens and hundreds of thousands of dollars in energy stocks. He's been buying online gaming stocks and just making a killing on them. So you would think that the people that were on the Ethics Committee would be your best allies in this fight, but indeed they're some of the most prolific traders. And not only trading, but in the case of Mr. Guest, trading in an area where he has access to energy information more so than almost any other American.
And no indication that he wants to maybe slow down, pump the brakes, recognize that there might be some appearance of impropriety here.
It seems as though the pace is only accelerating.
All right.
Yeah. Exposure. All right. You know what? I will play this one. Aaron Carter said the FBI and his mother pressured him to make false claims that Michael Jackson sexually abused him so they could sue him for money. He said Michael Jackson was nothing but hospitable, kind, loving, and giving. Let's not forget, while the FBI seemed to be intent on framing Jackson for crimes against children while they covered up for serial pedophiles Larry Nassar and Jeffrey Epstein, victims of Nassar and Epstein have filed suits against the FBI for failing to properly investigate their claims. Side note, Lou Pearlman was the manager for the NSYNC, for NSYNC, I'm sorry. Okay. NSYNC and the Backstreet Boys. He allegedly molested young boys or forced them to have sex in exchange for promising to help them with their careers. He also overworked the members of NSYNC and paid them below minimum wage. Furthermore, he defrauded investors out of over $1 million.
Yeah. I remember Tom Estro said that, once he got to know Michael and he was working on his case, Michael said that his biggest regret was settling that first lawsuit.
Michael Jackson told me in no uncertain terms that settling that case in 1994 was the biggest mistake he'd ever made. He should never have settled it. He should have fought it through a trial. He would have won. It was an absurd case. But he was advised, he told me, by lawyers, by business advisors, to settle it and get rid of it.
Remember that one boy?
Now listen to this. I have to tell you this.
Okay.
So after I left the party, and the next day I smoked weed with Michael, and then I get in the limousine and I leave. I get back to the Sheraton Hotel at Universal over here. There's 4 FBI agents waiting for me in the hotel room. And my mom's there and she's like, tell them what happened. And I'm like, what do you mean tell them what happened? And I sit down with them and they ask these super sexually exploiting, questions, backsided questions. And I knew that at my age already. And I looked at all 4 of them and I said, are y'all crazy? I said, what you think I'm going to do? Tell you that Michael did something bad so that we can sue him for money? That's what I told him. I was like, and I looked over at my mom and I was like, are you serious, Mom? I was like, what is going on here? Why are you letting this happen? And she goes, well, I think something happened. I think something. I'm like, really? That man did nothing but be hospitable, kind, loving, giving, everything you could think of. We rode 4-wheelers for 5 hours, me, him, and Chris Tucker in the mountains. And
Yep. So, how members of the Backstreet Boys and NSYNC were allegedly victims of abuse similar to the allegations made by Diddy.
Of interest have become the focus of heavy scrutiny by advocates in the Free Britney movement. He served as the district attorney when the negotiations started for Jeffrey Epstein's infamous sweetheart deal, and was accused of taking bribes from Scott Rothstein, who is currently incarcerated for running one of the largest Ponzi schemes in history. Christ was so close to Rothstein that he often frequented his home and attended his 2008 wedding at the Versace mansion. Lou Pearlman was the manager for boy bands NSYNC and Backstreet Boys, notorious for accusations from young men who claim he molested them or sought to exchange sex to help with their careers. He was accused of forcing the young performers to work long hours, with rehearsals up to 8 hours straight in poor conditions, paying each member of NSYNC only $10,000 after 2 years of grueling work and 10 million records sold, far below minimum wage.
Some light at the end of a long, dark tunnel for investors who were scammed by boy band legend and Ponzi schemer Lou Pearlman.
In 2006, investigators discovered Pearlman had defrauded investors out of more than $1 billion. Charlie Crist was accused of delaying and interfering with investigations into Pearlman when he was Florida Attorney General.
Why is this guy, who's the Attorney General, not interested in this huge scam with thousands of victims?
For years, Charlie Crist had all the power needed to stop the horrific exploitation and abuse of countless victims. But he did nothing. It is no wonder that the Free Britney bill is a complete and utter sham. designed only to deflect from the powerful criminals who trafficked Britney Spears into a life of forced servitude for nearly 2 decades.
Yep. Lisa, we got it taken care of. Just so you know, we got it taken care of. I sent that a long time ago. So yeah, we got it. We got him covered. He's getting his electric bill paid now. So he will still have power. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's get back to here. Here we go. Breaking Bonnie Masquititula, who is in our country illegally, just pleaded guilty in New Jersey to torturing, raping, and killing his pet cat. These are the kinds of creeps and perverts that Biden is allowing into our country. Poor cat. Cat will never be the same. Never be the same. Yep. This meant nothing to me when I first heard about it in the 80s because I couldn't comprehend the concept of different dimensions. The group called the Fifth Dimension was the extent of my knowledge of the dimensions then. LOL. You know, they're the ones who did This Is the Dawn of the Age of Aquarius. Age of Aquarius. The Book of Ra. 1981 Alien Contract, How to Stop Reincarnating Over and Over.
Ever heard about the aliens that contacted us in 1981 trying to tell us how to stop reincarnating as humans over and over and over again? You're foolish. That's what I thought too, until I heard the full story. In 1981, Carla Rucker, who was a girl from Kentucky, began receiving telepathic contact from a group of entities calling themselves Ra. According to Rucker, these were the stick with me, the collective consciousness from a higher dimension of the planet Venus. They evolved 2.6 billion years ago into a higher dimension, and they came back to give us information and to tell us how to stop reincarnating and much more. Then over the next couple of years, they kept this contact going, and there was 3 of them. There was Carla herself, there was Don, then there was also Jim, who Jim wrote down everything. Don was the one asking questions. It was kind of written in a Q&A format, and because they were asking questions to this entity, but the entity was actually talking through Carla. And all of these conversations they actually put into a book series, actually I think 4 or 5 books, and it's called The Law of One. So what you're saying is she got possessed. I wouldn't say she was possessed because she had a Bible at her head in order to make contact with them. And also, this is all documented extensively. Like, they had microphones on the whole time. You can actually go listen to the original audios from 1981. Okay. So how do we stop reincarnating over and over then? Well, real quick, I think it's important to understand what the main message of Ra actually is. Here's a quote from session 4. The law of one, though beyond the limitations of name, as you call vibratory sound complexes, may be approximated by stating that all things are one, that there is no polarity, there is no wrong, no right, no disharmony, but only identity. All is one, and that one is love light, or light/love, the infinite creator. So it's about everything being God. Kind of, but it's not a religious book at all. In the book, it actually says that it doesn't matter if you know about the book, The Law of One, and if you don't even know about what the Law of One actually is. That's fine. The only thing you need to do to move on is you need to love and be in service to others. Like get to heaven? Not in the traditional sense at all. In the Law of One philosophy, there are 7 major densities in our universe. Think of them as different thresholds that have been separated off, but they're just different vibrational pockets in which different bodies can exist. Another way to think about it is think about the ocean. When you go down in the ocean, you need to have a specific body in order to go far enough down. And so what the Law of One is saying, and what Ra is saying, is that you need to have different bodies for each density. And again, there's 7 of them. 7 major ones, that is. So then reincarnation is kind of like just playing the game of different bodies with different experiences. So how does loving others get you to a higher density? Well, according to what they're telling us, it's actually just math. If you're more than 50% in service to others, then you'll move on in the positive polarization from this 3rd density to 4th density. But there's also the option to move on negatively, which means you're according to Law of One, 95% or more in service to yourself. So there really is negative entities.
Very, very interesting. Yeah. Let's see. All right, we just watched that one. Charlie Kirk. Let's see. I agree 100% with Charlie. If you snuck in here illegally, I don't want to hear your sob stories. Get the hell out of our country.
I think it's Hondurans, Mexicans, Nicaraguans, El Salvadorians, Panamanians, Venezuelans, Chileans, they should all go home.
Oh, really?
If they're here illegally, yes.
But like I said before, these people have been devastated by in the past. These countries are poor.
I don't care. Go fix your own country. Don't come to our country.
How? We fucked that up in the first place.
Hold on a second. How did we screw up El Salvador? No, tell me. How did we screw up El Salvador? Can anyone tell me?
The drug war.
Oh, the drug war is our fault? No, the drug war was the cartels
the
of
CIA.
native-born gangs that transformed themselves into violent groups in El Salvador in the western part of Mexico, and somehow that's America's fault?
So, I mean, the CIA did facilitate.
Hold on. It's the cartel that is the ones that are trafficking the people into this country, and they're working right now at the southern border, 15,000 people a day. I'm not going to all of a sudden be like, you know what? I feel so sorry for the person that from Venezuela that came all the way here, broke the law, illegally domiciled themselves. Like, no, go back to Caracas and make Caracas great again. I think it's Honduras.
Yeah. Go back and make your countries great. You know? Yeah, both are banned by the FDA. Cannabis oil destroys cancer cells. Vitamin B17 destroys cancer cells. Yeah, you mix the two together and you'll have a complete, yeah. Yeah. I'm not going to go into that one. I saw that earlier, and he's goes into a whole bunch of medical stuff. So we're not doctors. We're not doctors. We don't claim to be. Let's see. Shocking 2020 election info. It has been revealed that Hunter Biden's cell phone was pinged in Belgrade, Serbia, near Dominion Voting Systems location on November 5th of 2020, 2 days after the 2020 presidential election, while vote counting was still happening hours later. Dominion servers showing Trump won were seized in Germany. If this weren't enough, it turns out that Joe Biden's brother-in-law probably still is, a part owner of Dominion Voting Systems. Valerie Biden Owens, Joe Biden's sister, is married to John Owens. His brother, Kevin Owens, is part owner of Dominion. Funny how these things are all connected. Yep. Treason. Hang 'em high. All right, Cat Turd says, fraud. Michael Johnson just voted against the FBI needing warrants to spy on you. Fraud. Michael Johnson just voted against the FBI needing warrants to spy on you. Yeah, we know. MK Ultra mind control and adrenochrome usage. Many people caught the part where they told us that adrenochrome was also used during MK Ultra experiments. So I figured I'd make a clip. Timestamp 157. MK Ultra experiments were crimes against humanity and are still ongoing.
You fella waxing and waning with reality? Well, sometimes I've been confused about which is reality and which isn't, and what little situations I was aware of noises, for instance, that may have been to annoy me and may not have been, and rather than investigate, I just sort of let
this feeling comes over me of almost like the singing, of angels or something. I think it's the soundtrack or the film going through the machine.
Look at the picture. I'm right here. Do you feel that you're very close to us in your thinking? No. Can you tell me anything about your thinking now? Ron? I seem to wake up to a new world. The same situations, same people and environment, and yet everything, that is my mental state, my life, had been altered. I can't understand.
God, no! No, no, no! Get me out of this terrible place! Get me out of here! Help me! Oh, God, help me!
We are continuing our experimental work with hallucinogenic drugs such as mescaline, cannabis, adrenochrome, etc.
The CIA and the Army and the other branches of the military all kind of operate as a group with a lot of cross communication. So they developed a series of drugs, one of which is called BZ, which is a kind of super LSD where you go on a trip for about 4 days. In the mid-70s at Senate committee hearings, the General Counsel for the Army released a list of about 125 drugs that the Army had tested for mind control.
The Army Chemical Corps next provided the opportunity for exploration of the nervous system with more powerful substances, both in the laboratories and in the field, and for the realization of a strong desire to reversibly reproduce and control derangements at the highest integrative levels, including the mind. A lot of these LSD and other experiments were funded jointly by the CIA, by the Public Health Service, and by the Masons, basically, through the Scottish Rite Foundation. The cutout organizations, the front organizations are called cutouts. The Human Ecology Foundation, which was one of the front organizations through which the CIA funneled money to other investigators who often legitimately didn't know it was CIA money. Well, they were people at obscure institutions like Cornell, McGill, MIT, Johns Hopkins, Columbia, Princeton, Stanford. So these experiments at top secret clearance level were done at basically all the major teaching institutions in the United States.
Other Army experiments continued on mental patients around the country. Work done at the Tulane Medical Center in New Orleans involved several drugs, hallucinogenics, and electrodes implanted in the brain. The chief researcher was Dr. Russell Monroe, now head of the psychiatry department at the University of Maryland. Was this patient aware that she was being given LSD?
Yes, I mean, they were told that they would be given some medications, and they
Specifically LSD?
Well, we told them, I don't think that they would have even known what LSD was then at the time. They were told that they were going to they would be given some medications which might make them feel worse. They were looking for an incapacitating agent, an agent that would not harm the person permanently, but would incapacitate them temporarily. That seemed like a humanistic way to to wage a.
That's some stuff for you, isn't it? Yep. All right. We saw that one already. Had this girl had any other parents who were not open to different situations, she would have been diagnosed as schizophrenic and medicated. What if we listen to what they say versus stigmatizing them? Reminded me of post VK reposted yesterday.
So the Galactic Federation of Light, I akin it to the UN. So it's kind of like a universal governance system filled with many different species from all over the universe who really want to come together for unity.
When you realized you had extrasensory abilities, how old were you?
So my parents say that I was around 2 years old when they noticed that I was, I guess, talking to things and seeing things and interacting with things that they couldn't see and interact with. And so a lot of that for me was clairvoyance. So a lot of seeing things that other people couldn't see. Mediumship, seeing different spirits and entities in the room, but also seeing auras and chakras from a young age as well.
Did it come easy to you, or was it difficult?
It was very easy to tap into that world, but it was very difficult to balance that world with this world and convey it to others. You know, I thought what I was experiencing was very normal at that point in time until I got into elementary school, until I was the weird kid.
Now, you had an alien abduction case?
I do, yes.
What happened?
So my first conscious abduction, and I say that for a reason, because this was the first time that I was fully aware of the abduction experience, happened at 18 years old.
All right.
And I went away to a 10-day silent meditation retreat called Vipassana. And on the second night of meditation, I was abducted by interdimensionals. And we would kind of describe them as tall whites, the tall white beings. Plainly so, because they're very tall and very white, almost to the point where they're transparent. And so that was a very fear-based abduction experience. But it opened that can of worms for me. Oh my goodness, not only, you know, are interdimensionals real, but they're here and they're interacting with us. I believe that we are multidimensional beings, and I believe that we are here to fully express that DNA and express that multidimensionality. And I truly believe that everyone is psychic, everyone has clairvoyant abilities, and this world is too distracting for most people to really be able to tap in to those abilities.
Now, your case, your abduction case, just happened one time? Or do you think it's ongoing?
So since then, I've had many physical interactions with different interdimensional beings, and then I've had many more astral and remote interactions with different interdimensional beings for very specific purposes as well.
Are you hopeful for the future of our planet?
Oh, I am so hopeful. Some people call me an over-optimist.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, and not an over-optimist in the way that I'm ignorant to some of the dark.
Or naive.
Or naive to some of the dark, shadowy aspects of this reality. Because I've been there, I've seen it, I've experienced it. But ultimately, upon observing the dynamics on this planet, I really truly believe we are ascending, we are raising our vibration. I believe that people are waking up and that there is a consciousness that is starting to, you know, sprout within humanity that is helping us get to this next level of spiritual and physical evolution.
Well, oh, we can't just call him crazy, can we? Can't just call him crazy. Skater holds a donut in front of cops' faces, gets arrested for assault.
I gotta get out. I wanted to know if any of you guys wanted to bite.
I had like 10 donuts before I came over here.
Tell you what, man, a dog ate that first. Hey, any of you bootlickers?
Get that fucking shit away from my face, or we'll.
Hey,
come on! I thought
get the fuck away from me.
What the fuck?
Oh, yeah, you got that?
You got that?
Good. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Let me get all those badge numbers. Badge numbers, names. Badge numbers, names. Thank you, sir. Hey, don't touch me. Come on, man. I'm being innocent. What am I getting arrested for? I think it's time for you to go. Oh!
What's it? What's he getting arrested for? What's he getting arrested for?
Back off! Back off!
Please don't touch me.
He assaulted a lieutenant. You back off or you'll go to jail.
I recorded the whole thing. Where did he touch him? Where did he touch him?
I gotta get out. I want to know if any.
Oh, yeah. Well, kids have no respect for the law, but the law has no respect for Americans either. So we got a dilemma. We got a big dilemma. Yeah. New York, 6 illegal aliens involved in an attack on 2 NYPD officers while they raided a Target. 2 of the illegals involved assaulted one of the officers, hitting him in the head, and tried to fight off the both officers from arresting their friend. Here we go.
Another brutal migrant attack on New York City's finest. A group of Venezuelan migrants were caught robbing a store last week, and police say that's when 2 migrants attacked, shoving and slapping the cops during their failed escape. Most of the suspects are reportedly walking free. Alexis McAdams has that news for us in Manhattan. Alexis, what is the mayor saying about this?
Hey, Dana. Well, the mayor of New York City put it quite simply. He said if the migrants in this city continuously repeat offenders and continuously have crimes on their record, they need to do the time and then leave the Big Apple. I'm going to step out of the way here so you can see here in this area on the Upper East Side. This is where the most recent incident happened. This is at that Target store here. There was another shoplifting incident there. The group went inside, went aisle to aisle, we're told, stealing everything they could get their hands on. When police tried to place them under arrest, investigators say the migrants attacked an NYPD officer. And we have been told by sources this is a group of Venezuelan migrants. One migrant, Dana, even throwing rocks at police. So here's a look at those migrants arrested in this attempted shoplifting incident last week. Already this morning, 4 of the 5 migrants back out on the streets in New York, released without bail, according to law enforcement sources. So it was not just the stealing, though. Yusenbi Machado and Brian Fretes, who the New York Post reports have criminal records, injured those officers as they tried to run away, trying to not be arrested for the crime. The duo reportedly wrestled, they shoved, they slapped and pushed the officer, who is expected to be okay, initially charged with robbery, assault, resisting arrest, and criminal possession of stolen property and disorderly conduct, to name a few. So Machado, though, was let go without bail, and Fretes was held on a $3,000 bail, still at Rikers Island as of this week. So, Bill and Dana, you guys know this. Recent incidents like this are making national headlines in New York. The mayor, Eric Adams, says these migrants need to be held accountable, but he stopped short of calling for deportation. Watch.
Even with those who are undocumented and those who are migrants and asylum seekers, if you are a repeated offender of a violent act in this city, after you serve your time, you need to leave this city. That is my position.
So we'll have to see what happens with that, see if the mayor changes his stance. But Bill and Dana, there was reportedly a 6th migrant involved in this that was throwing rocks at police. No word yet on if they've been arrested. We'll send it back to you.
Alexis McAdams in New York. Thank you.
Well. All right, we're at that 4 hour, 45 minutes. So holy shit, where is this? Let's see. It's going to have to be live.
This way, get out of the way! This way! Get out of the way! What are you doing? Get the gas car away now! Out of the way! Out of the way! Every single man! Out of the way!
Sala sta dietro. Mio Dio.
We were right here. You were right in front of them.
Well, I wonder what happened there. All right. Well, I hate to say it, but I got to go. I got stuff I got to get done. I got to get my burn pile done. So that is going to have to be it for this afternoon. I hope everybody enjoyed the content that we put forward for you today. I hope that you got some good stuff out of the news that we shared. And we will see you again mañana. I think that means tomorrow. I'm not sure. Me no hable español. Peace. God loves you. Jesus loves you. I love you.